Yeah.
No, at Anomabu there were 2 pickups, packed about probably what, about 12, about 24 men, and they were relaxed, talking. They were not interfacing with the public, but they were just sitting in their vehicle, just talking, having fun. Yeah.
No, I want us to take a look at exactly what Prof is talking about, what we're all talking about this morning, so we can make a better analysis. For those of you who have not seen it, this is what we're talking about. Happenings on the streets of Ghana yesterday.
Get back.
So this happened in Obuasi yesterday, as was reported. This happened in Obuasi, and you saw the gentleman, he seemed to be confronting the military people for being there. The military, one of the military men slapped him across the face, and that's what began the physical altercation there. And like you said earlier, he was on the floor. I mean, we've seen the video.
Yeah.
Should we be concerned?
Extremely. But not probably, Keche are great lovers of history. Sometimes we need to locate contemporary events in history and demonstrate how what we are seeing today has a genesis of sorts.
Okay.
In the last 8 years, we can count the number of times civil military confrontations have occurred in which the aura of invincibility around the military has been undermined.
Did you say invincibility?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the posturing of any army is that they are used as an institution of last resort. That, look, things can happen. All other statutory and non-statutory security institutions and personnel might be having a problem. The military, as an institution, does not negotiate. It does not come to say, oh guys, look, you are having this demonstration, so please, now can you calm down and go out, Kwesi and Keche, please go into that corner. That's not their job. They come in to resolve issues and to get it done and to move back. And therein lies the notion that the interfaces between the personnel and the public must, as much as possible, be of a limited nature. But in the Ghana case, because of our penchant for unbridled urban expansion, all military camps are surrounded by civilian settlements, creating this overlap and interfaces on a daily basis. That in itself is not a problem. But when you politicize the institution to the extent that sometimes they are used for land disputes, ordinary road traffic situations, anti-smuggling cases, so that sometimes the military is fighting with the police, they are fighting with immigration, they are fighting with customs because somebody's vehicle has been seized. They say, you know who I am, I'm going to call the customs. So you've seen how, at I think Senyabreku also, 4 soldiers were ordered to engage in a land dispute in which 2 of them were nearly lynched. 2 escaped. We saw the case of Edria. We saw the case of Wa, where a newly trained personnel went and chatted with his phone. He lost the phone, went to the barracks, told a different story, and then, they clashed with the people. So over time, this aura that these are men and women of a certain posture is gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
I think we should take a journey down history lane. Mr. Frimpong, if you could, just relating to what Prof just said, compare the posturing of the military now to the posturing of the military years ago.
That you say that I started with Kwesi in security about a decade or 2 ago.
Actually, 2.5 decades ago.
Yes, at ASDR. But I've shifted since then. But you will see that during the Lawrence era, we were moving from a military regime to a civilian one, which comprised the same military. So those days were there. But when people assumed leadership, and in fact,
Mama breaking news. Say ya me no kasai. NPP Aluzi Swami constituency seat to NDC. Eye Yura or say Chairman Sabosuni seat in the Ashanti region, Swami constituency, and yet NPP for debut, NDC for a winning seat. No, I said Dyson. Eye Adanse Asokwa, KT Hammond, Uluman Bugi, and so Aluzuni seat. On the Obino on Tiasia into your say young accountant. Na alata, moi, ye can over 1,000 votes. To say, the Niswa Brim Noa, what that I would do on Yanaho. Eye Ascent Central, Yura, Honorable Kennedy, comprehend upon constituency, and so NPP lose the seat. Ayawaso, NPP lose the seat to John Dumelo, and Oshe seat a Kesia, and ne, Mebu Boswachero, Nanka, a no go area for NDC or any other political party. Na NDC ya winning this seat, And yet, Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia, Ejina Hefa. As I am speaking, with data and information that I have, Eye Yura John Dramani Mahama is leading 47%, followed by Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia, 41.15%, and others 2.38%. Now, Mame Momin Sem Emma IGP, Dr. Akufu Dampare. Why ya dear papa no Korean coupon in me? What time you kwadu na way in America? You may hate Dr. Akufu Dampare, but okay the way we see handle this 2024 elections are. Dr. Akuffo Dampare deserve another term as an IGP. And mefa kwanya we so na masre minim say Yewura John Dramani Mahama be wini. Say o wini a he should maintain Yewura Dr. Akuffo Dampare. Wachire neutrality upon kwanya NPP for fa so person mu wia abanum na IGP atumi agina ama prepare yo na wadwene Ghana ho. In fact, NPP for no mebebo Dr. Akuffo Dampare di morning. But the Dr. Akuffo Dampare ayeno wachire nationalism. Though NPP are buying NFA no as an IGP, but one share and also with Gina Ghana dimu a protect Ghana a prevent me no. Say nye Dr. Akuffo Dampare and kanema ebisino na adno eding. Even upon say Dr. Akuffo Dampare den ye makrato to na akwan no. Yanhwe de ACC akira se me visa wakumsin atutu akum nipa mienu all because o lose. Baako awu, baako nso critical pa a yi nyina ye hia mpaibo e de ma no. Na Yewura Kofi Boakye ene there is other security man bi kan ho. In fact, omonso so ayade a handle Ashanti region and other parts of the country very well. Na Yewura Kofi Boakye COP minim say they are very great, but hwe ho ye because they are almost say how mo pa, so they are planning say omunya wa ombe shoot too. So Yewura Kofi Boakye, be very careful and very vigilant. Meaning say we are very security conscious when all your security team no nyina no. I know say nhyehyeye ne nsusu ye nipa e susu fa ho no emmamu. Hwe me ka kire mo say yen NPP fo ye ria me bi nsida. Na ene had the so Saturday because he is in America. Ghana the meaning say more Sunday. A yen MPP for na yebe ka kire easy for Segadi. The way aba no kono. Unyai Yewura Mahama afa. I'm telling you, as I'm speaking, Yewura John Dramani Mahama lead 13 regions out of the 16 regions we have. The only surviving region are MPP for Ashanti region. And Ashanti region, per every indication, it clearly shows say there was vote apathy. Asante fo ankotwaba. Asante fo akire se ampa. Omuni munyensa. Sebi NPP fo ye pam ye kwase ya no. Enya asante fo dan achi ne ye kwache no. Na senka wanya bi ama wase ya ye mmone koro no. Mwatimi atete asante fo ama asante fo abre. Asante so de kura NPP. And Asante Force 1, yen konkoto aba sebi ye nyimi. Yen so ye bekwa akoto no ye be kire say yes. Party ni ye de na so money yen anini ye. And ohwe vote wa Yewura John Dramani Mahama enya in Ashanti region na. Even 30% no mo propose ye no. At the end of these elections, e be 30%. I'm telling you. Because akoye chimpe 50%. And a very amazing because ohwe seat ya make ho asem Yewura say chairman sabonsu so am constituency pa NDC wini ye ka kire me kura na me se me nyinni. I have to call somebody in Swame and no kura no ka ye no I have to call another one me free ni pa mienu miensa to confirm because me dwene ho mente ase KT Hama na dance asokwa ono so we lose the seat in Ashanti region o hetafo yes tafo na wo hwe the way NDC ye wini parliamentary in Ashanti region this time round no anu nyan. And there are other year or more the Katashi FM Ibimu you say there is another constituency MPP for per se almost swap ballot papers I am also so IGP ne mrantie achi omo a omo de omo akwakogu police station enkoso sadre ya me no kasai said the meka yes Kumasi Swami Yewura say Chairman Sabonsu losing the seat Tafo aluzu yes Dome Kwabenya enso so aluzi Jinapo minister onso so aluzi Ayawaso enso so aluzi ugina lai mu na fe na wo che mu ni sika eye ha wakumsin enso so aluzi na ha wakumsin de ya me destiny ni pe wo wi ase gina wo didi Kennedy akompre kwa Japan atem wo so yo ba na wo na wo hyefo no afi na wo tutu akukum obi wo ye adwuma pa nka obekum obi ye tumufo a musimu ntie Asen Central NPP aluzi eye Asen South Reverend Tim Fojo ono so aluzi ohwe KT Hammond enso so aluzi Mrikuduka and so lose. And first time in history, Sunyani East, NDC are winning the seat. A PC that. Yes. Over the northern part of Ghana, you were John Dramani Mahama winning all the northern votes, except the northeast. You were Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia and the crew. And Okrano vote wa Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia the BT John Dramani Mahama. Kitwebi. Yes. Na MPP for Mosoria. Oh, Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia ba ya no amaya wini amaya nya more vote in the north. Vote in the north ayesen. And Okrana wo hye ho no. No fufo nyina 12 against him MPP for. Yes. Because one village one dam more fairly. When Timmy and yet dama mama of as at now, you me anom no for or monem one and so. And you don't Dramani Mahama Mesro. In your next government, we are northerner. The issue of water problem. What there's a wound to me, me say the investors that we are talking about, you better deal with the water project. Me know after this video, I'll make sure some friend the investors. Nobody can do two money say can you don't Dramani Mahama be winning. But the first thing, water is life. Now what nsuno you better solve in the north, the northern region, all the 5 northern regions. We are going to solve that problem. Now politicians na moye northerners no. Mun kai babia mu free buy. Muso mu duebo, munim ohaw ni amane a munnuanom wom. Ma ba be di positions tete nkran, tete mansions mu, tete V8 mu, tete car papam. Mun kai babia mu free buy. As at now, munnuanom ne mwa enanum suo. Na mo sori ma pagya ma batiri kokoti gina po se wona wa lose no MPP fe ka kire mo nya strategic na mo dia na strategic fine strategic mo na mo hye ho no MPP fo me se ya we ye tu mo fu na mo ntie A+ ya win e won constituency independent candidate ya mo win this time no enye easy you see about 40 independent candidates na call in MPP. And out of this 14, bear 20 they bet me win. So won't me win. They give chances to the other candidate now, or more NDC and as an independent candidate. Mom was also a win. And people for someone who bred the fool. One who be President Akufo-Addo, I say MPP party na could do. Now MPP for nyapcham for bimo. And the one who went where we see a 2 mufuna monty. Ye di can 2 mufuna and kamuti ya. And kawe in abeba. Me papa bako or your hen will kumase. Yes. Okoto na aba na MPP for na ya das na na vote ni dia o say me to ma aba ma MPP party ya me sebi ono born hu bia me nka bia kro no okokumase that is the popular goals wa ewo ho or the board hu bia wo MPP for nanim and we fahana telo in Ashanti region. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Ashantis ye body abrewaju untimi me dada emfa wa no me fa fire hon hye dan ko chapter plane from Gatwick MEC Kumase Nkase we be international airport da be no be international airport no how many plane na tu aba and aka 2 days to elections wetimi a charter plane free Gatwick ye hwese ya to aba na wie ye hwese plane no because so a flew as you did that Ajema wuo nkukobuo airport we amasini wo ho munim se Ghana for ye ntu kwanda munim se Asante for ye mimiye etimo be ye propaganda. I told you Ghanaians say that they na air cost in the social media no eye NPP for na atua sika ma some bloggers and MPP for na nkasa and omu create the scene say MPP ayade but on the ground ye na ye political scientist na ye tie nipa ha no nipa amane no Ghana for yesu Ghana for ebre na Ghana for the common nibre ene to aba Ghana for nya adwuma nye Ghana for mebre. Just look at the street, look at the way Ghanaians are suffering me day in and out ebia wonu nya course because me course a me nya na emwa nipa hwehwe free me ho no aya na eye me ya ano besere me mwa na manya bia mwa na me wra ho eye me ya semantumi amwa wo. And these are some of the things I hear as a government you have to create an enabling environment. But then people for money na mo be bokro no akese investors kitesika trillions of dollars be creating nyuma ama Ghana for mabunu manya bia over 100,000 jobs just one project 100,000 jobs MPP for ampene President Akufo-Addo ampene okwaje 10%. Na muria mo sanso ne nam embassy to embassy ka kire embassies ni say they should deny young Ghanaian youth no visa na Ghana there because of free SHS aye kronkron tima Ghana ni bi antukwan abro ni bayi mo de mo ye ya pe sanse mo agye mo green card na mo diplomatic passport nti na ma fly na ma ba na ye de mu wi a ma cheche nchene ne makoni anwa na mo de abreye ya je edi nse ya to atiam omo to atiam Ghana for actually say yes the next government of Ghana no na ni beda ho. We are thinking of development. Ghana for here juma. And as I said, per the results now no, I can confidently say you are John Dramani Mahama will win. Even if your baby crowd will win about 60%. Yes. You are John Dramani Mahama may win about 60%. As of now, per the data that I have, about 9,946,515 votes. Then I remember. You are John Dramani Mahama, Ikura 5,618,282, representing 56.47%. And a Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bamia 4,094,682, representing 41.15%. And at the rest, and also so at the 236,541, which is 2.38%. And John Dramani Mahama is winning overwhelmingly. Yes. And I can confidently frame me MPP ni back was say, hey Frank, there's a vote of what you cry you. I say, Mimi anu vote for ya dear my yes. Na Mimi anu vote for much or why are there? Mimi anu vote for me say, ye bema mo puntu, ube hunum puntu, vote for my yes. Na vote for Babibu. Oko Sunyan East, first time in history. And this year winning Sunyan East. That is to tell you how bad MPP party is. Yeah, catch them say MPP party na say. Who dim ya tem? Who so ye MPP ni who dim ya tem? Na me mahu no kore na meka. Ni nipa all say no. Why na say party? Why na all say party? Nya chomfo mo mpe no kore. So also ye patriot, we ye MPP ni na mayenka. And mahu no mawie. Mahu no mawie. Kumase for me na me control Kumase for. I was telling you how Kumase they are feeling anxieties all over. Me am what say or you pulling agent. MPP ni pulling agent. Okay, I say offer. You went in MPP for no marry. Yes. E kwam di nipa ebre nipa nya adwuma ye. Ghana fo yesu Ghana fo ebre. Yene ya wogidie wo MPP mu se MPP is the only party ebetumi age Ghana. And a co-opposition 2028 we are coming back. We are going to restructure the party. Make MPP for omo yi won sika boa MPP party and another dan kwakufa do yi won bonu aya no. Me hu bi da. Ya o man bi wo America ha say friend konongo kaya. Ene ma me mo ni din. Daddy mechi yawo. Minim se me no be kasa ansa na me kwa amako. Ene ayi New kind. Yasi new kind konongo kaya. The way of Musi some President Akufo-Addo paano. Ene konongo kaya. Mimi nimdio. Information na metenti Ghana for amewa America. Se mebua monka se Frankadana oboa. Yasi mambi e freno konongo kaya. So omoboa meboa. Owa America ha. Yasi ordinisika na huwa dini bibia some President Akufo-Addo. Ene. Oko Jubilee House ukura ya mane kwampu na wewura ho. Ye jipapa na man. Yes. Amanfo amwa President Akufo-Addo MPP aban agu wonani ase ya hye wona yi wonbonu aye. Hwede amode aye maame sister Barbara. MPP former woman organizer. Ompekasa mami akoma pa ewoni mu oboa nipa. Ni din de boafo Barbara boafo. Ni din ne honam se. Senko yo bi mpo ye kikikiki a. Ono na type of politics na say mama na ode when you politician no because the way you kura akoma pa no. Oh ye no bone kura mpo na o sere hwe wanim. Oh ye udi ne bone no na o sere hwe wanim. Mama Barbara. Bone amudie di mama Barbara. E ho sunsanso na munhunu no. Obi biara obeti asemi bi onim sister Barbara bi o say MPP for manya ade. Enye ni pa nyina na ye di ne bone yo. Me say amanfo mo freme. Omode omo aboa MPP efa sika fam efa nimdie efa anwoden bebrebe ntimi kura mobodin. Ni akasa me mama Porsche, Mary Porsche. Suma wasom MPP in Germany. Me ka na ma kire. Enti se me boa mo kan jam se Frank oboa. Me papa baako o se friend Dr. Duka no wo Canada. O se President Akufo-Addo okọ Canada. Ono na no drive from Canada to America but bi odo be ko bia. Omu nyina mpanifo bebre mentimi mubodi mpanifo bebre ni tra se me kasa aya mede me nsa si me bu no because minim de America me metra be twantro da ansa mpanimfo ya omo abo party na ebi mpanye sika na omo pe o just recognition keke must say omo nyina and omo so wa busua enema ko se sasa miracles aboaje kromfo branti we no mo brada oro ne kapre be na wa MPP mu enema hunu ma wie ko se sankwada toto fefe wa ayu nufusuo bombom mo hena no ena omo adi party nanim mo hunu ma wie ene da ho se mo say party no na ye ka kire mo se Ghana fo ye se ye pe Canada compare ko Japan wa makofa Dr. Alhaji Mamudu Bawumia omo brada he is the vice president of Ghana apurati apansa na ne yere Samira a onye Ghana ni susu di akire etoto ayampia amuwade samo pam alankwadwo kire manten mahunu ma wie mo se nwadidi na temu nimu anya ma bi ene monne sanka alankwadwo kire manten bu mu a nga we nyina beba adidija ani muna enenam and mo crooks ne mo criminal activities na mo ye na ansosidi ni nyina no ye NPP fu a na mo bowa mo ma mo ye these criminalities a mo yi o mo tokene no o mo na mo ma NDC for tip off. I'm telling you mo NPP fu mo IT gurus na ma fa mo di wi abam no ba ko ye me madam fo everything or the information mame ade bia mo ye bi o de mame yes Brajampon sort of helicopter Mumisam auto helicopter anan ko de be your operation about to ya baba to munim plans MPP for plan here auto helicopter Brajampon to helicopter sikanashi mo me say mo mo niema na mo ye ni nyina no he da ba bia ya na meka se mo bosso me wo ha na nipa na ankasa afre me muka me wo ho na yesi yakofa IT guy bi because you see NDC for match the former IT guy me kura me refinidi I'll be MPP in 2016 2020 me can be amebo so omo akofa different IT guy from America here to Ghana very young guy and omo dini free America ha no omo se san din se san documentation omo de ne ba Ghana or ba be di bone because ni juma odi no America ha no say America for who say udi sa bone no Ghana ye mani si America ha biu into a sunny din. I'm giving you all this information. Your boss wa pe me wo ho na nadam for pa ni tutu mutu e frɛ me wa hunu it's like aya nipa di nokore o frɛ me na o ka ga no ni din ni history everything but though they have the intelligence but nobody knows but I have it. I know him, meaning every information about him. Adie bia MPP be plan so mo ye bia no the moment ye bia menya hente pe na nipa from the NPP a oka de na mo ye ho na wa frɛ me na wa mam information in and out everything. I am telling you Ghana for mo to mo ye de nkura munim se bra even MPP for bi kwa munim se bra champion to helicopter no de be the selection munim but I know ni metra ham chan kontumpuda wo soro so ye NPP ni hwe bon fo sam ye wudi sem ye na ankasa ye NPP for AD yasema yenka ya chichiro mayo o my Ghana ye de o se yasia chi poto ehwa na ye betafre na ye ka MPP for yawe and nobody should try and when we almost strategy no ya sheda ma de esa inti ade sa na ya swape but NDC for no mo esi omoni nso yo NDC for basa this time there, my mom 100%. My intelligence, very great. And we be why you see, and IGP, Kofi Buache, also so why are there? And then penifom who do be brave. My dear papa, my grilly MPP former who say yes. Next time, say the 2 me more. As I said, Uhunu say, O man for sooner will be na obeyen yema ebeboa wo manfo na mo ye de ya nka mani ma ntene tumi kakra mo pe na mo che mo cha anwa na manfo obo tire na mo ka banku na mo wo fufuo Africa Ghana ndi da benda me san se hunu wi ntina me se ade aye to so aba position e to so aba men ko bi da because anya ma wi omo ye eye me tan hade na kwa mbedi akọ Nana Kwame Diaku, as a baby, and then a year to wood. A kotuaba, when you're one. One and a year to you, so when you're one. What will you do? So these are some of the reasons that Brenner bringing up because me, I'm a political scientist. I know in and out of everything. Because me, okase me inko contest. Na me inko yenko to me swaba. Me sa niye mano mo yen. I am a time. I'll never do that. Anyway, because when near me, the only thing that is expected of me, and I say me di no kure abuwe nipa. Na me nwini nipa ho adwemmone. Na me nwini de me nko amedi ho. Na me dwene de nipa ye nyina ye bedi ho. Na me hunu se me nua bre na wo bre no. Ebetimi ato me. Na yetu yama omaya no akonenim. These are my principles, and I am assuring every Ghanaian. Say and there is change of government from Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia to John Dramani Mahama. We are bringing the investors. Investors, and we are coming back. I say after this video, I am praying, say, the issue of water crisis, and there's a new dam, and in the northern region, I ever supply potable water to all the 5 northern regions. We are going to do that. And we are going to have 24 hours, and I'm kind of say 24/7 water supply for agriculture. And then this one very related to 24 hours agriculture. Yes, we are going to supply the water. And me have a country say we control the world investors. Now, matwa bapa, yet the investors no Ghana. And let me tell the NDC politicians, the ministers, the government appointees, investor BI then be demand even $1 bribe. Yana me do better social media with. We want the Amedebe. Would you pay months or someone try? Ghana fool. I am assuring every Ghanaian. Would you want to muna? Means row means row. Now would the pabon food didn't you crom for a woman of man crossing and coupon ball by? Now let me am making on my own. And your man.
I'm so happy, mommy, because Oslausu have been our MP for 3 consecutive terms. And though she's done her best for the constituency, we need change. We were expecting her to do more. But we need change. We need Reverend Kukwado to come and continue the job for What are you expecting Reverend Ado to do for you? Reverend Kukwado, we have in Glefe, in the community.
We are bringing investors with billions and trillions of dollars. Now, all politicians are one so no be see no kwano. You see what we do to you. We need intelligence a course in these elections. We need intelligence as Mugu Ghana. You don't know anything. Let me tell MPP people. You know MPP fool, but you catch them say next time. And you see how President Akufo-Addo has collapsed the MPP party. President Akufo-Addo has collapsed the MPP party. But you are for many for fraud. You catch them on a empty. Yes, Dr. Elijah Mahmoud Bawumia is incompetent. He doesn't deserve to be the president of this country. And I'm empty. And I'm going to say, why reporter could you? Why yes. And I'm going to people from Manunga say, look at the critical seat here, Moluzu. Don't make Kwabenya Yina Moluzu. Seat here in history, NDC cannot win. And NDC is winning all these seats. NDC is winning all these seats. Yes. This is Ghana for you. And Ghana for MPP for, I am hoping and praying, say, the strategies and whatever MPP for Fana by Sunday or whatsoever MPP for Nankasa, Yemma Yenimbu, na Yemra Bontain, na Yemma country Ghana for say, ye pertinent asum be the iron and I Yahweh. Into easy, memoir how home mocha, NDC for Nadi, into declare Mahama winner. Na yenko ye homework ye. That is it. And I am assuring everybody that the security in Ghana is very tight. And even with Dr. Akufu Dampare, thumbs up. Hey, Akufu Dampare, I am telling you. Though Abia ni Numa Bakum Unibi, but this particular, hey, Dr. Akufu Dampare, thumbs up. Why are dear Papa? He has shown the spirit of nationalism. He has shown, say, yes, we have leaders who can protect Ghana, who can lead Ghana. And Dr. Kufu Dampare, I am praying, say, he will be IGP until say or no one kasa bekase there be say there wabre or kwahungimu. Yes. And or non so no, he should try and train some people who are like him. Because wachrese ampa Dr. Kufu Dampare bayibi. And you know Senka President Kufu Sake for this election. President Kufu Sake Dr. Kufu Dampare. Opa mumisa ne bi ontumi nka. Kufu Sake no. Na me na me se me fraka dada na beto me kura ya na me bire me ho amehu information you kura me no we yeni nyina na me ka kire mu we bisa Dr. Kufu Dampare ka President Kufu Sake no when Dr. Kufu Dampare ko gwana to ano ya na bi musi ya ne ona book na Japan na o ma me information na me be kasa na even since ye to aba no wie ye me hu ona book na Japan say me kai me saka me visa in June and me yes me kwa kobo na amane me call ho so kra no manya no me na nkasa me kudro na investors bi aba no ho a odo mo tu ka e koye eno ano no manya kwa yanko ho biu me honorable Ken enkasa me friend wo phone so because ono the relation I have with him me na nkasa wo phone me hia na I just go to his office or home me akwa kodi nkomo amen ni nkomo every information amen make biano Ken is not aware good man me can chiro ana masu we ya kana MPP for say ma how mo na me wagana de ankaza bi ko mo kumi atumi achire ma me ba go hey Frank na wo de nyame ayi bia ma wo nyame pa na do be sha America hen kasa America se de MPP for ani ase aye krodom kasa ye shutu kura da na mzo fe nyankopon prepare ne ba na odna kusie brepama esefata na wasanso yi na pie ohwe the mystery of my visa to America at this time. Everything shows how God is protecting and guiding me from the evils and the criminals. And I'll continue. Say me man no kore no edimanim na no kore na bebo me ho ban. Yes. Me nye du fudi pe. Me as I'm speaking, investors ya me say ye ne mo be ye adwuma no. E trillions of dollars. Now even bisa say mama $1 million kura na me say. But that is not important to me. The most important thing to me is say we brought an investment at Ghana for over 100,000 Ghanaians a year juma, over 1 million Ghanaians a year juma, over 2 million Ghanaians a year juma, over 5 million Ghanaians a year juma. Any ghost will be able to me attest to this fact. This is what I want, and I'll make sure this come to happen. Mr. Menadamo, we are going to show you, sir. Yes, indeed. Ghana for a woman on neck. Ghana for to quine. Even Ghana for every one so. I am telling you, just open the way. What if a new government? What if every Ghanaian who are investment be a bra? I am telling you, in Yuma Ebebusu or Ghana no. If the government is open, Ghana buy and spend $1. Investors na number spend your musica. So you are the government. Responsibility will be monitor now be making sure say the right thing is done. The job is created for the youth of this country. Now the profit, you best answer reinvestment. Now enquire say we are plugging the profit out of the country. Ebasa the ahonchire best answer break country. That is why in advanced countries, it will be very difficult so be carry sika away from America, UK, Canada, other advanced countries to other countries. You have to use your money there. That is it. So that principle must be applied in Ghana. Into young investors and that's why everybody invest, and we should get it right. Let's say we are going to invest in the country and plug the profit to the other countries. We are going to use the profit in the country as well. We are not dealing with any kind of investment. We are just there to enrich ourselves, but we are there to build an investment. And we are going to create all these things. Now, Ghana for be actually say yes about war. It's not about ye mamon chene, ye mamumaku, ye mamontuma. The development start now. It start now. Nyafina ye baba twabana obabesa ne manamana. Man, I'm telling you, the issue of campaigning, you become yes, because we are Jumapa. Americans do their politics, their campaign. Because they've done what they are supposed to do. Nyafina omobechan to man and chenenia. MPP for Martina Bruchiri, UK, Canada, to a die for my Amwadia for no. Master Sagan Sika, a Diababu Canada, UK, after 2 few UK. Me say, we shall see. Say, me catch them. Yatwa Banawi, Malusi, we are going to grill you people. You don't know who say yes, you could just say, me catch them. Yes. We catch them, say, we control the superpowers. We can't have a share one for. Ever show we need trust so that me need trust that because say me tratra for so be na me free so and me frank adana just you what time here what time say me cannot correct apart from that cannot correct say you say me cannot correct when say me can troda and then people for say promoting go ase asema ye kan ye nyina people for montie na I say ball as uja and mo humanim go ase Ashanti region you have seen what Ashanti region has done for you. Who the Ashanti region for the Ayama? When him now go aseno. Ashanti region, move my idea, other regions, move my idea, me and Votarians. Me, I am telling you, let me a Votarian. Me Yanzema, me a Nodina. It's also here a Ashanti, and I may a bono. Baby of a Kubiano, this is frank for you. I don't mean free baby back. I done. What did you know? Adane, baby, I'm there. Maybe is a warrior, Akujale, undefeated warrior. That's why I am undefeated, and I don't give a damn to anybody. They cannot correct, and that's why I used to dare the president of the republic, President Akufo-Addo, say, "Let's make a deal, but they should go and challenge me in court. I'm ever ready to face them." Yes, until me then Yanko wants to say. Mama ye bre anye kwa na matem ye mase na matua bapa and Ashanti region must shock Ghana and other constituencies must shock Ghana though the counting is going
is currently pegged around 99,465 in excess.
99,465.
Now out of this, just like the trend, only half of that figure turned up.
No, you're kidding me.
So we have 58,450. Not exactly half, but I mean, you can approximately say that's half. And more worrying is the fact that it looks like that half that turned up decided to go in for
the NDC candidate.
So it means that Kweku-Addo and the NDC did more work. And so you take a critical look at where the pattern is and then what they are saying. Esla got 26,575, doing 2,000 more votes better than Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And then subsequently also, you also have...
We've got to go straight to the division.
Okay, so we have to go to the...
Yes, let's go there right now.
Now, let's go to Christian Yali. Christian Yali, you take a look at Jojo. Are they doing the declaration? Okay, let's take it live at the Collation Center.
Christian Babina Andrews had 55. Kofi Apalu had 10. Mohammed Pepon had 6. Nana Akosia Pepoma had 84. John Dramani Mahama 40,000. My microphone back. Also had Coach Paul. Kofi Dante had 12. George Doom, very much, had 1. Nana Kwame, the year finished, had 348. Alan, John, Kojo, Damatin had 77. So the total valid vote is 3,367. Total rejected parties 890. Total vote cast 64,259 for the presidential.
I think it's on the NDC again.
Then we come to the constituency. The constituency
These are the results. Soa Abdul Manaf at 24,877. Representing the NPP. Richard Jate Abe at 175, representing the CPP. Then Alfred Ni Kote Ashi. The new. 8,473. Then Alfred Anite Abe at 120. Therefore, this is the total valid vote 63,718. Total rejected 458. Total vote 64,186. Expiration of the winner of the parliamentary who has won, and he is in the person of Andrew.
Great analysis announcing the results as certified by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Right here, Ghana Decides 2024 by your Election Command Center. And the latest we're having that the Ododo constituency has a new member of parliament succeeding the current member, Van der Poel. And as it is, we have Alfred Ashikote of the NDC polling 433 votes. And also Manaf, who represented the MPP, his closest contender, just polling 24,877. We'll come back for some analysis on this, but let's go to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. They have the latest press conference up now.
As we receive the results, region by region, they will be published. We urge all citizens to exercise patience and follow the EC's direct announcement. We will keep you updated as we have done over the past 24 hours. We also cover both our permanent and temporary officials across the country, particularly the residence coalition centers, to stand firm and carry out their duties as expected of them. We also urge the agents of the political parties to cooperate with our staff to ensure the smooth transmission of results at both the constituency and regional levels. We are grateful for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Director in Compliance Services. On this note, the update for this morning answer. And I'd like to thank you very much for coming. And we usher you back to the NCC. Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, so that update from the Electoral Commission coming in, and just before that, we told you the Ododo constituency has a new member of parliament that is succeeding Vampi, and Alfred Ashikote, the parliamentary representative for the Ododo constituency elect. He will be their representative in the 9th Parliament from the 7th of January 2025. Well, we have to get the latest as it is for many of those analyses. We all right here in the studio between the Pakwesi as well as Na Ashokop, but also we're getting the latest, and he is talking to the media and the rest of his supporters. Let's go live.
Continue very effectively. And also revise the experiences that have built for me society to be a better control. Any father wants to see the son getting the needs. So I'll be better and make it happen. Thank God. Thank the media. Thank the good people for the media.
Alright, so that is a final declaration has been made. The verdict has been pronounced, and the NDC, Alfred Nee Kote, actually has been declared the parliamentary candidate or the MP elect for the Odududu constituency. He came against the NPP Abdul Soa Mana, who also posed some very great contest by them, but that wasn't enough to grant him some verdict of the people to become the MP for this constituency. And so the Odududu constituency remains with the NDC and continues to be the NDC stronghold. And even with the presidential as well, John Dramani Mahama has won it again for the NDC. And so that is how things have unfolded here in the Odududu constituency. I mean, one of the conversations that have been had largely has been about how peaceful this entire process has been, unlike in previous years, although there were some pockets of violence that were reported yesterday, which we here on your election command center brought to you and broke them to you. But we know that after all of those ones, everything has generally been very peaceful. Before we got here, you know, the NDC executives and the party agents were engaged in spirited jamboree, so I mean, thinking about how elated and excited they were or they are for, I mean, the victory that they have been able to annex yet again in this constituency. And as you can see, a lot of them have gathered here. You know, I can tell you for a fact, Roland, that if this had happened in the night, the noise and everything around it, the bass would have been heavier and much louder than we have witnessed right now. And so that is it. We'll seek to get an interaction with some of them here. And so we want to talk to you. You're live on TV today. Yes, it's fine. Share your excitement with us, knowing that your partner. Talk. Senna, how do you feel about your candidate?
What to need? I can say to my boy, what was to buy a game. You can be happy. No, Mama, if we never were here, I got what to need.
Great stuff there. And so that's just an understanding of how excited they are as residents and also as supporters of the party ruling. We'll just go here and try to see if we are able to get a few more people to talk to end the conversation with them. But we know that it is a great joy and great excitement for the National Democratic Congress, which has yet again won this constituency, the Odududu constituency for the party. Let's engage some of them here. Tell me that you're live on TV3 Ghana. This is how coverage of the election. How does it come to you, knowing that the party, which is your party, continues to dominate this constituency? How excited are you with this victory?
I'm more than excited. Well, this is a victory we are hoping to come. Not only in Odududu, but Ghana as a whole. Indeed, for the past 8 years, it's been very serious. I don't know, but no, thank God. The victory we were expecting has come to pass. And thank God for that.
What is the expectation for you as a resident and as a party member? What are you looking forward to with this new member of Parliament coming on board?
Those things very change. Previously, things have been moved as we expected. But this time, from today, up to 2058, and just a new change, a new format for the people to be able to do. But what we are expecting is not to see more than that.
That is fine. Thank you very much. Let me engage that. He's also here. Party supporter or NDC. He's a former MP as well. Exactly the point. He's a former MP. Introduce yourself to me and really tell me how excited you are. Knowing that your party constituency, including yourself, has won this constituency back to back. Talk to me.
When you wake up in the morning, you thank God for your life. Every day of 2017 to today, we have been praying to God to give us life. When there's life, there's hope. This election was between NPP and Ghana. Tell me honest. The election was between NPP and Ghana. So whatever you see is not going to do. It's going to cut across the whole country. When the results start coming, you understand what I'm saying? Can we live in this way, man? How can we look? If you look at the things that are done to this country, don't think we will have to support it. Ghana, I cannot sell my country out. I want them to understand and pray to God that the idea is that no matter how, we'll be giving full blessing. And then, whatever it is for us, we will do. One thing that I can tell you is that everybody must support man. This is for our economy will come. We'll get jobs. It will be a baby. That's what I can tell you. Thank you God for everything that has happened. We can't do all for.
And Roland, you know that he is the very first MP for the Ododo constituency. That is Ismail Aike, 1992. Having you and talking to you exclusively up there, champion, comes right, and to think of it as this is the very first time you are speaking on this particular issue after the declaration on TV3. What more do you have to say going into expectation? We spoke to the MP-elect who mentioned the fact that he's going to collaborate with Neil Van der Point to fill in the gap really and to build on, collaboration going forward to ensure that things go as the way as they should. What is your own expectation? What kind of advice would you have for him?
You see, the first thing that we should understand is we are in the midst. It's not only the government, but we ourselves also is part of it. And now we've actually learned from it. We voted that we don't want this government. It's up to us now to come together and make it a worthwhile situation where all of us will put our quota in. And I can tell you that if all of us join hands, this country will be a better place to live. Thank you.
If all of us join hands, this country would be a better place to live in. That is Ismail Aike, the first MP of the Ododo constituency in 1992. And for those of you old folks, you'll probably remember him for that. But let me still engage some few more people, and then Roland, I'll come back to you in the studio. He is here. What's your name and what do you have to say about this?
My name is Niaje Bulamsi. First, I'll thank God Almighty for a successful election. And then to thank the people of Ododo that once again they have shown maturity. People used to say that Ododo constituency is a hot spot. We thank God for this year, nothing untoward has happened. And everybody who participated in the election have realized that yes, NDC has come again. We pray. And I want to congratulate His Excellency, the former president. He had more than the MP in Ododo, who have at least enhanced his vote in Ododo. We pray also that some development, our people here, what we lack, at least is on the table of His Excellency the President. We will continue to support everybody and pray that at least
will be asked. We are all young and Juma, ADS and Pan. We need to control. And no necessary money pattern was sad. Yeah, your mind. Yeah, your political party. Apposite for migration, fire service, security agencies, and it's a job for control special boot in a year. What's the name? What's your because I didn't hear calling yet, and yes, of it, that be. Who shall for the sense of 125 ministers in Fasona and Abaso? Makato so well, Minister of Aviation, Minister of Railways, Minister of Harbors, Minister of Transport. How can you have a Minister of Transport, Aviation in Kaon? Railways in Kaon. Ni natural. Also, Ghana Airways, Ababa, Oduye. Sika. Ghana soldier phone before. I said me pa Ghana for chow. I don't know why they say who yes be. I don't know soldier phone before mine. Once at what? Yes be. Sex with the soldier cast Sasika. But in 356 unit classroom block, and this soldier aircraft aeroplane because you be glasses. Money we need to barracks of what and title barracks of 4 quantity. Which group as always do the barracks of 4 out of the back for futu. When you are Machio, what I get such a money. What I get 4
Okay, this is the automatic course creator.
Very much, Roland. The dust really settled here. And we know that outside in the town thereabout, the mood is electrifying. And what we know is that the clouds are going to continue to swell. And that is just about a new dawn that is just about to begin in the Dodiojo. We have been covering this here since yesterday. And my name is Christian Yale. Christian have made it possible. We are back to you in studio, Roland.
Christian, can you hear me? Christian? Okay.
Yes, Roland.
Okay. What's the total voter population? I didn't...
Exactly. And so, the Dodiojo, we had a total voter population of 109,017. 109,017. Not all of these turned up to vote.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because
that's
you know that when you look at the results as were announced, we had just almost 70,000 who actually turned out to vote. And so we did not get all the people coming to vote, but that is the total voter population that we knew.
That's fine. That's fine. And thank you for those latest ones as well. And that's from Christian Yale giving us the latest voter population of 109,017. And so far, it looks like that is what is certain. The PC elect. So the Member of Parliament elect for the Odododio constituency is Alfred Ashikote. Now, it's quite exciting. What constituency? Before we do that, though, let's tell you where the axe has fallen, just borrowing from Parkway. Who are the big names who have become casualties in this 2024 general elections? Dr. Maudou Bawumia headlining, and then for parliamentary, we have a number of them as well. For the latest breaking right here from our studios, Ghana Decides, Election Command Center. You're watching right here on TV3, listening on 3FM 92.7. So this are the losers. These are the losers for Asante Akem North. We have Andy Apiakubi. He's also a legal practitioner as well. He lost to OK Frimpong. He stood as an independent candidate. Henry Korte, current Interior Minister, current Member of Parliament, Ayawaso Central, is lost. Another casualty, Katie Hammond, popularly called the Member of Parliament of Asokwa, Adansi Asokwa, is lost. Andre Japa Mesa, Sekendi constituency. Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Lejokuku constituency. John Peter Amawu, Hokwe constituency. Prince Amidu Ama PhD, Kwesi Mintim constituency, losing. Also losing Esla Owusu Ekufo, Ablekuma West. All right, and topping it up, of course, we have also a new member of parliament for the Ododododio constituency. And now, quite interesting, Pakwesi, as well, the dynamics. We have to go to a press conference by the NDC, but quite interesting, is it not?
Yes, very, very interesting. And, you know, one thing that kept running through some of the residents of Odododio was that they said this was between Ghana.
That gives an indication, a very clear indication, as to how the people of this country voted yesterday. And I'm happy to inform you, and by extension, the good people of Ghana, that from the results we have seen so far from our internal coalition, provisional results, it is very clear that Ghanaians have rejected 8 years of corruption, 8 years of state capture, 8 years of wastage, 8 years of nepotism and cronyism, 8 years of economic mismanagement, 8 years of insensitivity and arrogance of power, 8 years of crass incompetence and ineptitude. And it is very clear that the people of this country have voted overwhelmingly for change. They have given the National Democratic Congress an emphatic, resounding, and a landslide victory. And in fact, the provisional figures we are seeing from our internal coalition show that this landslide, this overwhelming, resounding victory given the NDC in both the presidential and parliamentary election is unprecedented in the history of Ghana as far as this fourth republic dispensation is concerned. That is taking out the 1992 elections won by Flight Lieutenant Jerry Joe Rawlings of blessed memory, our founder. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we want to update you because clearly we are all experiencing significant delays on the part of the Electoral Commission relative to the collation of results at the constituency level and the declaration of parliamentary results at the constituency level. And as part of our quest to promote transparency in this electoral process, right from the start to the end, we deem it necessary to update the nation now on the provisional results we have so far collated as a political party. And so if you look behind me, you will see 8 screens. And on these 8 screens, you will see a summary of our collated results for the presidential election. And from the screen, if you look at the far left, my far left corner, you will see that so far of the results that have been collated, the National Democratic Congress has garnered, even before I get there, you look at the far left corner, the bottom part, and you will see that out of the 40,976 polling stations, 40,976 polling stations, we have received results from our agents covering 38,896 polling stations. And these are results backed by pin sheets. We have pin sheets from our agents in 38,896 polling stations out of 40,976 polling stations in Ghana. The total valid votes involved in these 38,887 polling stations are 11,159,430. The total rejected ballots that we have recorded is 228,443. And if you look at the results summary between the two main contenders,
the presidential candidate for the NDC and the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party, you can see that John Dramani Mahama has garnered per our internally collated provisional results 6,286,600 votes, which is equivalent to 56.33%, whilst the failed presidential aspirant of the NPP, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, has managed to garner a paltry 4,614,606, representing 41.35%. And let me emphasize that we are pinches to buttress this. And so it is very clear that the people of this country have voted for change. And this is not just a vote for change. It is an extraordinary vote for change. It is a historic event that has happened in our country. And we are grateful to the people of Ghana. What we want at this stage is for the Electoral Commission to fast-track the collation process at the constituency collation level, because we see evidence of deliberate delay on the part of some, not all, some EC officials at the collation, at the constituency collation level. And I'm going to give you further and better particulars to that effect. Now, aside this, we also have provisional results for the parliamentary elections across the length and breadth of Ghana. And the trend is not any different from the overwhelming presidential mandate that the great National Democratic Congress has been given by the people of Ghana. And we have it on authority that in the Upper East region, out of the 15 constituencies, the NDC has won 15 over 15. 100%. We can also tell you on authority that in the Upper West region, out of the 11 constituencies, the NDC has won 100%, 11 over 11. We can tell you on authority that in the northern region of Ghana, based on our internally collated results, provisional, the NDC has won 11 out of the 18 constituencies. We can also tell you on authority that in the Savannah region, the home region of our presidential candidate and the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, the NDC has won 6 out of the 7 constituencies there. I'll come back and explain to you, some concerns we have with that one constituency, Damango. Then, in the Northeast region, the home region of the failed presidential candidate of the NPP, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, I can tell you that from our internally collated results of provisional results, we have won 3 out of the 6 constituencies, and that is Yonyo, Tripoli, and Bukubu. Kavana, Yapi, Bole, Sola, Salaga South, Salaga North, Daboya have all been won by us. There is a challenge with Damango, which we are trying to rectify. For Upper West is 11 over 11, so I need not mention the constituencies. Upper East is 15 over 15, I need not mention the constituencies. I will share with you the 11 constituencies in the northern region, which we have won convincingly. And in fact, we won, there is one seat that went to an independent candidate at Williamsea, and that is an NDC member. If you add that, that will be 12. But officially, what we have won, the number of seats we have won per the provisional results, we have collated internally 11 constituencies. And these 11 constituencies are Tamale North, Sagnerigu, Kumbungu, Tamale South, Meon, Sabuba, Tamale Central, Zabzugu, Tatale, Nanton, and Yendi. Of course, Williamsea has been won by an NDC person who ran as an independent candidate. Now in the Bunu East region, the home region of the incoming First Lady of Ghana, I can tell you on authority that out of the 11 constituencies, we have won 10 out of the 11. that we didn't win is Techimansat, but all others, so I need not mention them, we've won. I can also tell you that in the Bono region, the home region of the national chairman of the great NDC, and should I say the national communications officer, out of the 12 constituencies, the NDC has won 11 over 12. We have won in constituencies that the NDC has never won since the 1982 elections. And it is unimaginable, unbelievable, incredible that even some of us struggle to believe the scale of the victory that God has graced us with and the people of this country, have given us. Then in the Ahafo region, out of the 6 constituencies, I can tell you on authority that we have won 5 out of the 6. The only one that it appears we didn't win is Tanonof. Then in the Ashanti region, the stronghold, the so-called stronghold of the MPP, which I dare say has been turned into a swing region on the basis of the outcome of this year's election. In Ashanti region, so far, we've won 7 constituencies without any dispute. We've won 7. We've added 3 to the 4 we had already, and these 3 have already been declared by the EC. In total, we've not won 7. This is what the internally collated results we have shows that we have won for now. But there are 3 constituencies in contention, which we believe we have won. And those constituencies are the Mankanso area, Obuasi East, and then Tepa. So these 3 constituencies, there are serious contentions there that I'll be speaking to. And we believe that if you add that, we should be around somewhere 10 or so. But the ones that there are no disputes about, we've not had any challenges with, have to do with 7 out of the 47. And we are still following keenly the 3 other constituencies in contention relative to the parliamentary results. For the Eastern region, the home region of the failed despotic tyrants, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the NDC in the presidential election is hovering around 47%. And in the parliamentary election, out of the 33 constituencies, the NDC has won 10. And another independent candidate who ran on the ticket of the NDC has won 1. And the 10 we have won in the Eastern region are in Sawama Duadri, the constituency of the minority chief whip. The arrogant minority chief whip. Another friend. Upper West Action, which is Abeso, the capital. Lower West Action, Asamankese. Abri, Tantiakwa North, Asujaman, Payo Sikana Ship. Lower Menya Krobo, Upper Menya Krobo, Yellow Krobo, and Afram Plains South constituency. We won Afram Plains North, but it was an independent candidate from the NDC who won that. In the Greater Accra region, the capital of Ghana, out of the 34 constituencies, per our internally collated provisional results, we can tell you that we've won 30 out of the 34. We've won Ada, we've won Sege, we've won Ligo Prampram, we've won Po Katamanso, Shai Osudoku, Ashaman, Tema East, Tema West, Krowal, Lejokuku, Ladade Kutupon, Krote Kole, Odododio, Ablekuma South, Ablekuma Central, Ablekuma West has been declared. Osla is a goner. Amasaman, Adenta, Madina, Ayawaso North, Ayawaso West Ogon, Ayawaso East, Domia Drobom, Okaipe North, Okaipe South, Ayawaso Central, Domiko Abenya, Domiko Abenya. I'm just receiving confirmation that we have won Botiano English and Mount Fona. Now we won. There are a few others in contention that we are still battling it out with the NPP and the Electoral Commission, and I'm going to speak about that. But if for nothing at all, we know that Ayawaso Central and Ablekuma West have been declared by the Electoral Commission. We won that without any question. In the Volta region, the World Bank, the proud World Bank of the great NDC, there are 18 constituencies. One mistakenly went to a man called Peter Meru in 2020. Now that constituency, the whole constituency, has come back home to the NDC. And I can tell you that we've won 18 over 18. In the OT region, out of the 9 constituencies, the NDC has won 9 over 9. 100%. In the central region, the home region of our mother and the incoming first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. The region which also happens to be the home region of the current majority leader of parliament, Dr. Casey Latofosin. I can tell you that out of the 23 constituencies, we have won 18. And in the western region, I can tell you that in the western region, which is a swing region, just like the central region, out of the 17 constituencies, the NDC has so far won convincingly, based on our internally collated provisional results, 15 out of the 17. The only ones that we didn't win from the results we have are Takrade and Ifia. In the Western North constituency, which has 9, Western North region, which has 9 constituencies, I can tell you on authority that we have won 8 out of the 9. The only one we did not win is Swama. The BNE has been won by the NDC. And so if you do a brief summary of the tentative provisional results we have collated, so far, even if you take out the contentious ones, the NDC is hovering around 185 out of the 276. And as you saw from the results we showed you, the presidential results, we are hovering around 56%. And for your information, in nominal terms, the difference between John Mahama and Alhaji Bawumia is over 1.5 million votes. And that number is bigger than the population of about 5 countries that I know. So we are not talking about an ordinary victory here. That is why I said this is an emphatic, resounding, overwhelming, historic, and unprecedented victory that the NDC has struck. If you take out 92, and I don't even count 92 because of all the challenges we had with that person. All right. So I'm even hearing that some of the constituencies that we had issues with, we are working on them. Techiman South, we are working, and other constituencies. I'm just talking about the ones that are not in dispute. And it is very clear that by the close of day, we would have resolved all the other ones with dispute, and this number is likely to go up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the most worrying issue for us at the moment has to do with the attitude of some criminally minded EC officials in some of the constituencies. Not all of them. Some have been very professional and they have done their work dutifully. But others are deliberately delaying the collation of results at various constituency collation centers. That is escalating tensions and leading to violence. In some places, our supporters have been shot at. Some have been murdered. Already you know that in Tolon, a supporter of the NDC has been murdered by thugs of the NPP under the instructions of the PC or the NPP there, Habib. We had the same incident at Kaswa, Awutu Senya East constituency. One supporter murdered, another seriously injured. By the way, that gangster woman is out of parliament. She's a goner, she's lost. How I come say. and the day of accountability and reckoning is coming for her. But aside these sad events we have recorded, only last night at Mankranso would be what? Ahafuano Southwest. Ahafuano Southwest constituency, ladies and gentlemen. From the coalition we did internally, we knew that we had won the constituency, but we had to go to the designated constituency coalition center to go through the coalition process, the official coalition process with the EC. When we went there, there was a dispute about one polling station results, which our polling agents had objected to at the polling station level, which had to do with overvoting of about 3 overvoting. And our agents were of the opinion that that case of overvoting also existed in other polling stations. So, so at Mankranso, there was overvoting in connection with one polling station, and the votes involved were about 3 more. And we have cause to also believe that the results from other polling stations also had the same irregularity of overvoting. So a protest was made. Now, as we were trashing that out with the Electoral Commission, we saw some EC officials coming to the collation center with a ballot box. And so our people resisted. They took the ballot box, and when they opened, the ballot box was full of ballot papers, and all of them had been printed for Alhaji Bawumia. And so they destroyed the ballot box. And so in the heat of the moment, in the midst of that pandemonium, the EC officials called the military to come in. When the military got there, the reasonable thing they ought to have done, because none of those supporters were holding any offensive weapon, and they could have simply engaged them to restore calm and order to the place. But they just got there and fired at the people. And they murdered, one person at the spot and injured over 4 people at Mankran. So that is what has happened there. All right, so that is Mankranso. Please, let me just put out this information. It's very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also receiving the final internally collated provisional results for the Techiman South constituency in Bunu East. And contrary to the earlier indication we had, it is very clear that the NDC has also won the Techiman South. So overall for Bunu East, we won 11/11. 11/11. That is the indication we have for Bunu East. So the earlier communication from the regional secretariat has been amended. I told you that there were some contentious issues over there, but they've been rectified, and we have our pink sheets, and from our pink sheets we have won. And so it is now left for the Electoral Commission to do the needful. Thank you. So the challenges we are having has to do with number 1, Mankranso. The same thing has also happened at Tepa, where from our internally collated results, we won the election. We went to the Constituency Coalition Center for the coalition. All pink sheets were present, were there at the center. Yet the EC official was pussyfooting, dragging her feet, refusing to commence the coalition. Our people, led by the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, pressed on her to commence the coalition. She still refused without giving any reason, because she had the full complement of all pink sheets. And we didn't understand why she had to delay the coalition process. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our agents decided to go behind the coalition center to go and urinate. And when he went, he saw that a pink sheet, which is the main EC copy, had been torn into pieces, folded, and thrown into the bush. So he took it and saw that, no, this is the EC's copy for a particular polling station. Why has it been destroyed and thrown into the bush? So he brought it in, and it led to some, exchanges, verbal exchanges between our people and them, because clearly this was an EC official who wanted to create the grounds for the delay in the coalition by destroying a pink sheet from a polling station. So we protested, and our people decided that once they have done that, we are not going to allow any EC official to come to the coalition center with any new pink sheets, because that is their game plan. They have a lot of ballot papers, and by the way, this is the only election in the history of Ghana since 92 that we have seen printed ballot papers and pink sheets flying all over. We've never seen this in the history of Ghana. So they have it in ballot boxes with seals from the Electoral Commission ready for ballot box swapping, pink sheet swapping, and so on. But thanks to the vigilance of our polling station agents, observers, and supporters, we have been able to block this evil plot of the NPP. And so, because our supporters decided to prevent EC officials from going to the coalition center with new pink sheets, which obviously were concocted and fabricated, they called in soldiers. Soldiers got there and started shooting indiscriminately. Thankfully for them, nobody got injured, nobody got murdered, but they scattered the place and destroyed all the ballot papers and all the electoral materials. So that is a challenge we are having there. And we are having a similar challenge with coalition in Obuasi East as well. The NPP is refusing to allow the coalition, to take place. So that is what is happening in Ashanti region. In Wenchi, I don't know the situation now, but before I came to address you, the brief we had was that everything is ready. The results, all the pink sheets are ready. The EC official responsible for the coalition is dragging her feet, refusing to do the coalition. And that is escalating tensions in the area. If you go to, even here in Greater Accra, I spoke about Ayawaso Central, which has now been declared, we thank God. But Okaikwe Central and Tema Central, there are serious security issues because of these deliberate, this deliberate delay of coalition in certain critical constituencies. That the NPP believes the NDC has won. And in most of the constituencies, the NPP agents are nowhere to be found. For example, in some of the Bono constituencies we have won, they are nowhere to be found to sign the results as collated. And EC officials are saying we are waiting for them. We want to tell the Electoral Commission that if the NPP will not come and sign, declare the results. It is not by force that polling agents sign. If they are not there to sign, at the end of collation, declare the results. And spare the nation the tension you have plunged us into. And Alhaji Bawumia, for God's sake, you are an Alhaji. You call yourself Dr. Digital. So I'm sure that by now, through your many digital applications, you have collated your results. You know you have lost. Please, call your senior brother, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, concede defeat and congratulate him. And save this nation the unnecessary tension that you and your goons have plunged us into. Enough of the chaos. Enough of the violence. Ours is a democracy governed by the rule of law. The will of the people expressed at the polls is supreme and must stand. Be a Democrat and respect the will of the people. Leading figures of your party have already considered defeat. Richard Ayaba has considered defeat. Even the defectees from the NDC who came to support your cause have considered defeat, like Alote Jacobs. All of them. What are you waiting for? Ghana is the only country we have. So please, do the needful, concede defeat, and call your supporters to order. And IGP Dampare, we will continue to commend you and the Election Security Task Force for the human job you have done. But your job is not done because we are nowhere near the conclusion of the electoral process. Your work is being undermined by certain elements in the New Patriotic Party and their collaborators in the military. What we are seeing at constituency coalition centers is not what the IGP promised us, and it is not what the CDS promised us. And we know that they are not a party to what is happening. But only they can stop the nonsense going on. And they have to put their foot down. They have a choice to make. You choose between the NPP and the Constitution of Ghana. Choose between the outgoing government and the supreme, sovereign people of Ghana. Your fidelity is to the Constitution of Ghana and not the NPP. They have lost. Nothing can save them. They can't kill all the people in Ghana. There is no way you can overturn this results through violence. There is no way. So, if they will not do the needful by conceding defeat, we want you to put your foot down and stop the nefarious activities of these NPP thugs who have been clothed in military uniforms. And in some cases, real military men who have been given directives to go to constituency coalition centers, scatter the place, shoot at people and all that. Human lives matter. Nobody is supposed to lose their life because of an election. We are appalled and disgusted by what is going on. The NDC has lost elections before, even when we were in power in 2016. We handed over power peacefully. Nobody died. Nobody was murdered. Even under Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, who was a soldier in 2000 when we lost power, not a single Ghanaian lost his life. In 2008, under J.A. Kufuor, an NPP president, the NPP lost power. There was a peaceful transition of power. Nobody died. In 2016, nobody died under John Mahama. Why is it that only you, in 2020, you killed 8 people? That blood is not enough for you. And you are still killing people. As we speak, you've killed over 4 people in this election. How many more do you want to kill? How many innocent civilians do you want to injure and hurt? You have lost. It's as simple as that. Your Sisifia campaign, I told you, it's as simple as that. And it is time to pack your things and leave the Jubilee House. Yes, yes. And we want to tell the Electoral Commission, Madame G. Mensah, the peace and stability of Ghana now depends on you. You are the returning officer for the ongoing presidential election. Your officers are deliberately delaying the coalition process in some constituencies and in some regions. Please, Madam, do the needful. Direct them to fast-track the process. Where they have the full complement of pink sheets, there is no legitimate reason why they should delay the process. There is no legitimate reasons. In some regions, like Greater Accra, the declared results are not even more than 5. Meanwhile, the results are ready. What are you waiting for? And the situation is not any different in most of the regions. And so please, we call on the media, the Peace Council, the chiefs, the pastors, to call the EC to order. This is the time for them to intervene. The NDC has remained law-abiding and peaceful. We've acted responsibly against serious provocation from the NPP. Our people have been murdered, beaten to pulp, attacked, yet we have exercised restraint. But we will not sit aloof for EC officials to deliberately delay the electoral process in cahoots with the NPP for the sole purpose of giving room to thugs of the NPP to manipulate the results, at least at the parliamentary level. We will not allow that. So they must fast-track the process. In constituencies where there are no disputes over polling stations, they must fast-track the process. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your attention. And let me quickly do a brief, and I'll be very brief. Let me do a brief summary in P of the presentation I just did. Abusuafo, the frame wa enye bone. Abatwa enu agana fu nyina yekoto abano. Emra so se
For 3 decades, Ghana's political landscape has been dominated by 2 major political parties, the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. Despite the country's multi-party democracy, these 2 parties have monopolized the political scene, winning 4 elections each and forming 4 governments respectively. But why have they continued to hold such firm control over Ghana's democracy? The dominance of the NPP and NDC can be traced back to history. The NDC, some argue, has tapped into the social democratic ideals of Ghana's founder, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, having been firm through the fire and brimstone of the PNDC. The NPP, on the other hand, sources its origins from the first political party formed in Ghana's history, the United Gold Coast Convention, eventually translating into the center-right ideology of the United Party tradition.
And the whole concept of what? Ideological orientation pitches these 2 political parties to historical evolved political parties in Ghana. So that is able to sustain them ideologically, even though they may change colors and change shape and change name, but historically they are pitched to what? The ideology of the 2 dominant political parties that evolved pre-independence in Ghana.
The historical lineage has provided both parties with strong ideological foundation, enabling them to resonate with different of the population. This deep-seated loyalty often trumps rational decision-making. Even when parties fail to deliver on promises, or when corruption scandals hit the headlines, these supporters continue to rally behind their parties. Their identities are stronger than policy. The 2 parties have produced leaders who have resonated with their rank and file. These leaders have mastered the art of debating and mobilization, giving them immense power to rally their bases. Even smaller parties, despite having charisma figures, struggle to attract enough support because they lack strong identity that characterizes the 2 major parties. Charisma, however, is only one part of the puzzle.
The quality of leaders that these 2 political parties have produced. So they have been able to produce leadership personalities that have stood the test of time, that are very charismatic, and that are very powerful in mobilizational skills. So when you go back to the NDC, the foundational leader was former President George John Wallace, a very charismatic, mobilizational, very good in oratory kind of person, right? Then we fast forward to Mills, then to, what's the name, Mahama, right? If you look at the NPP, they started with Professor Albert Adubuahin, then to Kufuor, John Ajokum Kufuor, then to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So unlike the other political parties, unlike the NDC and the NPP, the other political parties haven't had a very charismatic, vocal, strong character.
There's an eye-opener. They know what's right, they know what's wrong. They are seeing that these people are hurting us, these people are doing this, these people are doing that. But in some few 10 or 12 years to come, since the election is 4 years, I feel it will go past this NDC and NPP thing.
We believe that as time goes on, God will provide honorable men and women that will take up this nation and then perform very, very well, rather than belonging to NDC and NPP. This is it's just a mother party for other people, but now things are changing. The way the youth used to think, these days you don't think that way again. Yeah, because youth are now traveling. They are seeing what is happening in other countries. So the same thing should also happen in Ghana. If you look at what we have, all the natural minerals that we have, and our leaders are messing it up. Now, they're realizing that if you belong to that party, there is no way you're going to deliver anything proper.
Yeah, so everybody is following suit. It's either MPP or NDC. Yeah, so but if we can clear them off and bring another party, it would have been fine. But it's like they are the only people who are able to, just like she said, convince the majority of Ghanaians to vote for them.
Over the years, there has been increasing frustration with the lack of alternatives, with the NDC and NPP often accused of recycling old policies and failing to address critical issues like corruption and effective governance. We say we have a multi-party democracy, but in reality, we've descended into a duopoly. Despite the successful elections and government changeovers, Ghana still struggles to unite its democracy. It is clear that there is more work to be done. The Speaker of Parliament acknowledges that while the democratic process has worked, focus must shift to strengthening of institutions and addressing the root causes of the political monopolization.
Ghana has had 8 successive elections and 4 government changeovers between 2 major political parties. We say multi-party democracy. We don't say a duopoly. And so we have to look at how come that we have gone down from multi-party to a duopoly. We have to look at it. On account of that, we can confidently say that we are now consummating our democratic dispensation. But by this time, we should have consolidated and now moving towards entrenching democracy in Ghana. But with all these changeovers, takeovers, and the rest, we are still struggling to consolidate democracy. And so that when you send somebody to go and buy something for you, and the person comes back and you ask for the balance or change, the person gets angry. That is undemocratic. Even God, who created us, told us that at the end of the day, he will call us to account for our lives. When you ask anybody in position to account, you become an enemy. That is not democratic culture. And Ghanaians must learn to depart from it.
But there is a growing sense of dissatisfaction. Voters are becoming more discerning, questioning the integrity of effectiveness of the 2 major parties. Calls for better governance, transparency, and accountability are rising. But will this lead to a shift in power? Will it remain a duopoly, or can new forces emerge to reshape the future? Only time will tell.
Competitive and participatory elections are key to democracies all over the world. But sometimes people lose interest, and when they do, they just don't turn up for elections. That is voter apathy. This long-standing global phenomenon is mostly a sign of a lack of faith in political institutions and administrations.
When we go into elections, right, and then persons or individuals are elected into power, but they do not provide the public good, then there is equally a challenge. And so people's confidence in the democratic process is further stalled because they feel that they will not go to the polls every 4 years, elect individuals who come to power, but just play games with them and do not, if you like, provide the public good. So fundamentally,
and certainly, Ghana Decides, your election command center, following those brief interactions and then also that press conference by the MDC, Sami Jemfi, the communication officer, addressing that. We also do know, Parkwesi, that the MPP are going to have a press conference to be headed or addressed by
Dr. Bawumia,
the presidential candidate.
Right. You know, in that press conference by the NDC, Sami Jemfi was clear. He was calling on the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Bawumia, to concede defeat to John Mahama, because based on provisional figures that they, the NDC, have collated, it does appear that John Mahama has taken a commanding lead in the presidential elections. And even in the parliamentary elections, he says, based on provisional figures available to them, they have won about 187 seats. That's more than 2/3 of votes in parliament.
Yes, certainly.
Yes.
And you know that apart from the 90s, which we always say are the outliers because of the persona of
Jerry Rawlings.
Even
in 92, when we said it was a stolen verdict, the NPP did not.
It is in 2016 that there was a close margin when it comes to how the percentages were. Just a little close to 1 million votes for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who massively won at the time. If that is massive, this is a tsunami.
This is sweeping. It almost
because
seems...
over 1.5 million votes in difference when it comes to what the NDC's own collation is, as announced by Sammy Gyamfi.
Yes, it almost seems like a three-line whip, where the whole of Ghana was said to vote in a certain way. And if you listen to the people, the who we had a couple of hours ago, they said this election was not between NDC and NPP. It was between Ghana and the NPP. And I heard about 3-4 people say this. I mean, when you look at the trend of voting across the country, it was a massive rejection of the incumbent.
Well, certainly. And even the surprising one is that we all know that with a voter population of over 3 million, of course, following rightly from Greater Accra, Ashanti region is always the hub, has always been. I think that even despite this result, is still the stronghold of the MP.
It is.
However, the result coming from those constituencies, apart from the 4 that we know as Swansea, and many of them as well, is what is surprising. Katie Hammond losing, Adansi Asokwa, and the others as well, also shows that something certainly went wrong, and the population, by way of the voters who turned up, mind you, we have just about 50% of the actual population
let's target Ashanti region turnout to about, let's say, between 65 and 67. Okay. So they were targeting about 75% turnout.
So it also meant that they were sending a clear message. What type of message was it? I guess we'll have the next couple of hours, the next couple of 2 weeks to be able to analyze this. What also are they trying to tell the political elite, the political parties, the NPP and the NDC, the leaders, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, John Dramani Mahama, and the other leaders of the two parties? What also do they intend to get out of this? What are they telling you to do? You know that the NDC says that they are resetting. It looks like the young people who turned up, as well as the few aged who did by way of the outside outliers from that age gap, want to say that, look, you need to sit back, take a relook, and do what the ordinary Ghanaian wants. And it looks like that means that some stock taking will have to be done.
My biggest disappointment is that it does appear that politicians are not able to, I don't know whether it's deliberate, are not able to test the pulse of the nation. Look, after 8 years, in the dying embers of the campaign, the marshal people like President Kufuor, we saw President Kufuor, in an interview with about 4 journalists, touting the credentials of Dr. Bawumia. We had bigwigs of the NPP, Elizabeth Ohene, people who, had been through the mill, risen through the ranks within the NPP, essentially whipping up support for the Dr. Bawumia. And for President Kufuor, I'm sure it was to excite the base within the Ashanti region. And people were angry. Because for a lot of people, where was President Kufuor when Ghanaians were going through all the sufferings, the unprecedented domestic debt exchange program? And people were like, we never heard of President Kufuor. We never heard him come to talk. We never heard him. And then comes to elections.
And those were key bread and butter issues.
Absolutely.
Because, the larger part of the investment population, the so-called middle class. I don't know whether you and I and then Professor Amy and the rest will fall in so-called middle class. Because now, if you do the comparative analysis, what you have in Ghana cedis, whether it's by way of your savings, your investment, and you relate it to the rates of the US dollar and the Ghana cedi, you've been whittled down into a pulp. That also means that your purchasing power has greatly been reduced. So that means also that this has a direct effect on how you can live in relation to the Human Development Index now and the future.
Just to break that down, Roland, people's disposable income, people's investments have been wiped out through inflation, through the depreciation of the currency. And to add insult to injury, we have to undergo a debt exchange program. which meant the government had consistently borrowed to extend that, we could no longer service our external debt. And so we had to restructure our debt, which meant that people who had invested their monies in government instruments, had to suffer losses.
Unimaginable. I mean, you head the business department, so you tend to speak to a number of the key stakeholders, those who have invested in the financial instrument, those who manage the firms that tend to manage those investments, because onwardly they also tend to either own land or also invest in some of those other domestic bonds, etc., to be able to get some returns on investment for that. And I think that all these have reflected in the votes. I think that we just need to do a recap so far of the results we have, because these are key issues that in our analysis we should be able to do. Absolutely. And so if we have those results based on what we have and the confirmed, we will take you through, and then we'll go to Deborah, who will be talking to us. And we know for Ododo, there's Alfred Ashikote, who has now been elected the Member of Parliament elect for the Ododo constituency. Greatly, that also means that on the 7th of January 2025, he will be among those who will be seated in Parliament as we have the next president, John Dramani Mahama, to be inaugurated, so to speak. Now, importantly, we also have to go through a number of them. It will be on your screens for you so that you get to know. Eslowusu Ablekuma West has lost the seat.
Are you surprised?
To Reverend Ado, and subsequently we have Prince Amidu Ama Kwesimintim constituency, a big casualty. The next casualty is a strong man. The only one who has been able to, since 1992, get that part of the Volta region, that is the Hokwe seat for the NDC. John Peter Amewu. And they have a new member of parliament elect now. And subsequently, this one, Dr. Okobo, great guy, working hard in the constituency, current health minister, Lejo Kuku, next casualty. And then the next arrow pierced Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa, legal practitioner, current minister, tourism,
deputy energy minister
as well, former deputy energy minister, currently member of parliament for Sekendi.
The big one.
Constituency, Katie Hamo, very popular figure.
Extremely popular.
In Ghana's parliament and politics. Great guy. And he lost as well.
Industry minister.
Big casualty. And certainly in the 9th parliament, his utterances, his aura, and his humor, etc., will be missed. Henry Korte, Ayawa, so I would say in a crowd, many of the seats, when he took over from Sheikh Isikwe, that's stalwart of the MPP in this 4th Republic, and Interior Minister currently, losing that seat. And you know, there's a video of him sitting in a big Jeep, campaigning at the time, went through the principal areas of Tiptoe Lane, Kokomemle, etc. Those are some of the key areas.
He did,
a regular on the key points right here on TV3, hosted by Alfred Okanse. Andy Apiakubi, legal practitioner, member of parliament for Asante Akim North, has lost. And, well, I would say it's a big surprise. And it looks like he lost so far, as confirmed, to an independent candidate. Remind you, it is
but he didn't enjoy that much of support from the party because, like I mentioned, he was one of the 90 MPs who stood up against the then finance minister. He was very, very, very vocal. And so, I mean, he didn't enjoy
in his area. He lost to a gentleman called OK Frimpong. And OK Frimpong is also from the MPP stock. And you know, as a stronghold of the MPP, it also means that if you want to have a chance at securing a seat, you certainly will have to galvanize yourself within that demographic of MPP.
Well, hold on for me. I'm sure we have Deborah on the line. Deborah, where are you and what can you report?
Hello, Kakasi. I'm currently in the Okaikwe North constituency, specifically the Collation Center. That's the Okaikwe North Municipal Assembly. The collation ended some 30 minutes ago, and the NDC had been declared as the winner in this constituency, and also the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, that is Theresa Awuni, had been declared as the member of parliament for this constituency with some votes of 28,363. And also the NDC for the first time since 1992, because this constituency has always been the stronghold of the NPP. They also won this constituency with a number of 29,710. That's a John Dramani Mahama's vote count. And Dr. Bawumia's vote count is 18,890. This is the numbers that the EC returning officer declared some 30 minutes ago.
Right, interesting. So the candidate for the NPP, was that Dokua, the deputy trade minister?
Yes, that was Nanama Dokua.
Oh, so Roland, you know Dokua, she was initially in the eastern region, and she ceded that seat for Samuel Wuku, and she came down here to Okankwe North, and she's lost the seat. Remember, her husband also, you know him, right?
Yes, Charles Bissio.
Charles Bissio.
Esikado Kitani.
Esikado. We don't know if has he won or lost?
It looks like so far, based on the trend, yeah, he's also a casualty.
Husband and
I would say,
wife?
well, casualty, yeah. So, and you know, we went to record Community Manifesto in the current constituency where she has a seat. That's Ikuapem North. Because Samuel Wuku is a parliamentary candidate. And the concern that the Okankwe North, where we also filmed Community Manifesto in, their residents, their concerns were, why do you leave your original constituency, where you are the current member of parliament, and then decide to contest here?
Because
within the annals of the politics of the area, your interaction is very minimal.
Well, I'm trying to run up with her.
With a constituent, etc. Yeah, she'll be, because we have a question or two for her.
Okay, sure.
And then also, why do you decide that this is opportune? So it looks like psychologically they thought you were taking advantage of the system. And I guess. Are you able to tell us the voter population for the entire constituency? If you're able to get that, that will help us.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, so what's the entire voter population again?
The entire voter population was 49,842, and the stored ballots within that was 474, bringing the total vote cast to 49,368.
Okay. So we would need the original population on the electoral roll. That's the register. So if you're able to get it, that will help as well. That is those who were registered to vote. So it looks like then we can do that. Again, how much did the MPP get by way of the presidency?
They had 18,890.
Okay, 18,890. All right, thank you very much. If you can get the entire population registered for this election, we'll come back to you on it. But thank you very much. Great work you've done so far in the sacrifice for Election Command Center. And when we are in a position to be able to know. And so far, we had Amadokua, and she currently is a deputy trade minister, the current member of parliament for Ikuapem North, but however, went to stand as the parliamentary candidate for the MPP in Okankwe North and faced the incumbent Theresa Awoni. Theresa Awoni was able to defeat her by 28,363 votes, and she polled 18,890, and this has been confirmed so far. And so retaining the seat in the 9th Parliament for Okankwe North constituency, Theresa Awoni. And already we're getting the news from the wires that the press conferences are happening back to back. It could be the NDC, the Electoral Commission confirmed is that there's a press conference to be addressed by the presidential candidate of the ruling MPP, currently also the vice president of the Republic of Ghana, also heads the economic management team of the government of the Akufo-Addo as well as Bawumia government, and we will be having Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia addressing the MPP's press conference on what subject and matter we don't know yet. But so far, just to recall, to tell you what we have by way of the casualties, so far by way of the big names, the strong names, Esla Owusu Ekufo, Ablekuma West, current member of parliament, losing that seat to Reverend Kweku Ado, most importantly. And then also we have Apia Kubi, also losing the seat. Katie Hammond losing the seat as well. John Peter Amawu Hohwe losing the seat. And we'll get ready to do some analysis. And now we'll be doing that. And when we come back, we'll look at the numbers as well. But we have a dashboard ready for you, a site, 3news.com/elections. Go there. If you're watching us on our streams also, we want to also get you involved. As you share the stream, it is also important that you give us your comments as well. And you look at some of the comments coming from you, very interesting so far. And it looks like many of you are enthusiastic about what we've been doing. At least 3,800 people watching currently. Elon Papa says incompetent. Well. And then also, we also have a number of you. Kwesi Mensa, regular watcher from the United States of America. And then Jidula says, Baumia is coming to speak. Let's hear him. Yes, we'll bring you that live. And then for many of you as well, you're saying that this means that this has to bring a new revolution to ensure that the politicians do what we want. That's from Kweku and Sa on a stream as well. And you say that this one is from Osei Kwating. I'm MPP, but the laws also means that the next government would have to look at issues of development, unemployment, the state of the economy, and then not overspend when we can't generate enough to look at our items on our budget. I think that's very important. And when it comes to the issues of expenditure of hypocrisy, the critical point. So far, we're having live pictures coming from the residence of the vice president. I already see some kids. Stephen and team, chair for the NPP. Fred Owari as well, all with the Baumia campaign team. Pabne Japan. Morose, not really happy. Pabne Japan as well. I don't know whether to describe it. Is this a well-fought campaign? They also played critical role in the campaign. You can clearly see, I see Mustafa Hamid, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, the current Chief Executive Officer for the National Petroleum Authority. Key individuals. Do I see Dr. Gideon Boakon? Is that him? Okay. And, okay.
So, Mustafa Hamid and all that, you could see them in not too excited mood, quite pensive.
And then also the General Secretary of the NPP as well. Okay, so clearly, so this is what we're going to do. This will be on again as we speak to these visuals. It is important for all of us to get to know that you are watching the stream, and also when you send us your messages, we'll read them. Let's also be decorous, magnanimous, and tend to look at the forward march of our country. Ghana Decides Election Command Center live here on TV3, live also on 3FM 92.7. We're streaming, so when you are in the stream, make sure you give us those comments and let us know. A press conference in the next few minutes at the residence of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, also the presidential candidate of the ruling NPP, and we'll go there live, but these live pictures, until he comes, also gives you a vivid picture of some key individuals. Key among them, we have the chair for the NPP, Stephen Ntim, also the Fred Owari, a key member of the Baumia Campaign, great advisor, and then Kwabene Japan contested to be a presidential candidate in last year's elections, is also there. And then JFK, who is the General Secretary of the NPP, also there to make sure that they address the media. On what subjects Ghana Decides Election Command Center, we don't know yet. If you're listening on 3FM 92.7, please just keep listening. You can also have your device on 3FM across all social media, or you can also watch us right here, TV3, and also go onto our streams, but get interactive. As you get interactive, yes, we have Sabadona who said we told them to avoid this, but they didn't listen. Now we also have more also coming in as well. Many more comments a number of people saying congratulations. I think that also we have to pat ourselves on the back. Great team here. And TV3, 3FM, the best among the rest. Rahinatu Amidu, a number of you also saying that. Kofi Obuobi, good morning to you, Kofi, great guy. Very good production job. TV3 and 3FM, I salute, great job. Kwesi Mensah, it says, greetings to the team. All of you doing great job as well. In team is, no, I told you, let's be magnanimous in the comments that we make as loyal viewers of TV3. That's Adiko Michael Faith. You say you either beat us or you insult us. Well, insults should not be part of our politics as we have it. Live pictures from the residence of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, head of the economic management team, and then also the presidential candidate.
I can tell you on authority that Dr. Bawumia has called John Mahama right now, and he has congratulated him. Dr. Bawumia has called John Mahama. Authoritatively, I can tell you that he's called John Mahama now and congratulated him and considered defeat.
Well, so the latest per the sources Pakwesi has already had indicating that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has called his closest contender. Right. And again, John Dramani Mahama is a former president, was a deputy communications minister in the Rawlings administration, had been a member of parliament, Bole Bamboy, subsequently was chosen in the run-up to the 2008 general election to become the vice presidential candidate to Professor Atta Mills. And certainly, they contested that 2008 election again against the current president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, also a stalwart of the MPP in the Fourth Republic, and subsequently John Dramani Mahama in the run-up to the 2012 presidential race had to be chosen as the presidential candidate of the NDC to contest that election. And we all know that since then it's been history, being in the making, because that history, aspired, he lost the 2016 presidential election and subsequently made a comeback. 2020 did not succeed, has succeeded this time per the provisional figures and then also the certified figures from the Electoral Commission. And so far, a number of stakeholders also having their bearing the words, their own opinion being shared right here. And it looks quite interesting. In the studio, we know that we also have some great analysis to be undertaken. We're just waiting for that press conference from the resident of the presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. More importantly, Pakwesi, what analysis can we do from so far what we know, the seats that have been declared, especially from Okankwe North, if it's ready, as well as the other analysis that we need to undertake, Pakwesi?
Okay, so what we know right now is that per provisional results, that's based on what we have received and what the NDC has also said, they have got a majority of the seats in Parliament. They put it at 187 seats, but that's provisional at the moment. We're yet to hear from the Electoral Commission. But I just want us to go back to Okankwe North constituency, the report we just got a couple of minutes ago. And this has been a stronghold of the NPP, at least since 2016, I know. Hussaini Issa won that seat in 2016 with 28,000 votes. Now you look at the difference between Hussaini and Abdul Razak, that's about, some 5,000 votes. Let's go to 2020 and see what happened in 2020. In 2020, Theresa Ladi Awuni won that seat. He beat Hussaini Issa. He beat,
very surprising at the time.
Yes, Hussaini just was a one-time member of parliament. She beat him 29,000 to 27,000.
Just a difference of about 2,000.
2,000 votes.
A very close contest.
Very, very, very close. Let's see what happened then in 2024. I don't know if you have the figure here.
No, do we have it? No.
We don't have it here. But based on what we're receiving, the NDC candidate, who's the incumbent, has beaten Nana Amadokwa Isiama-Ije.
Well, certainly.
Yeah.
And so this is how the vote is. 18,890 was what Nana Amadokwa, the current Deputy Trade Minister, and then also the Member of Parliament for Ikuapem North, who currently is the parliamentary candidate,
Yes.
by, and the entire voter population that turned up was 49,342. And out of that, Theresa got 28,363.
But you know that's quite interesting, eh? I mean, this is Dokwa.
All right, so we know that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has arrived, and certainly...
Take this.
You're watching on TV3, listen.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Are you sure? It's okay? All right. So, are you guys ready? Should I go? Is it okay? Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I'd like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had conceded defeat to John Dramani Mahama election na amokokoye no na we no ababe history Because history making Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia because chaos name to quanta kwabede ABP na it was obvious because nani ekono na anodin ti also original se ne be ya peace ne ahofama pa yenya na oman Ghana mu no ebetime gina nyeje mebe wakwan mukura na me no abedi nkomo na so the comment atuja na matidede wa abontin sese amanfo mo ji o mani ni die edoso pa nti so lokudi amanfo be koso atwen na o masen aje o mani but woji wani anu ahwo so eyi ti o mama election no aba be simple unlike 2016 and attention wo krom bebre no ana Mahama njitu we dey ba o me wa je atum simple na Kennedy akompro ko Japan afi ne mahu se man or prophet because okache Ghana for ni MPP for say abana mo kokoto no se mo nchusu me Kennedy akompro ko Japan any Ghana for mo forget MPP for mo forget because abana mo lost no 2022 afi ne mahu se Kennedy or your prophet na NDC 40 years kruma omoye dede ye be koso ne etie outcome no na mesia bo wakwan mo se ate ase enne no me hu nhye dan fami but mo donti mesia bo makwan mo na ma mo akonya no afre na so aka ma adwen eri achre Ghana fo nyina.
The presidential candidate of the NDC, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, he has congratulated him and has asked all of us to accept the results. And so if you're watching us live, this is the latest news coming in. We also would like to reiterate the fact that the Electoral Commissioner has not yet declared the results. We're going to cross over now to the headquarters of the NDC, where there are interesting visuals from their celebration, dancing, Thanksgiving, and so on is currently ongoing.
With respect to the call that he made to John Dramani Mahama, this is what the reaction has been at the NDC headquarters. He that to this, around between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., there were the flying of rockets here at the headquarters. But with this concession speech that has come from the MPP, it appears that the jubilation has been aggravated. Now you can hear from the background, actually, people are throwing the rockets and all that. But let me engage some of the people. Chief, what's your reaction to how magnanimous Dr. Bawumia has been in conceding defeat to John Mahama?
I'm glad Dr. Bawumia has shown maturity in the first place. I would commend him. But John Mahama, as a Gonja man from Demango and Bole, he has done his best to make sure that the Ghanaians have imposed much trust in him. And therefore, he is going to deliver as he promised. Yes.
MPP lost that election in 2022. I repeat, election now after 2024. MPP we lost the election in 2022. Why? And when I see it's my businessmen, all the way to Tomato Center, it's in the Ghana for morning. And when I middle class before after point. I'm going to sit that shit every 15 years. Or my phone morning. I'm not pension for a sit that shit. Or my phone morning. I'm not pension for a sit that shit. Business before we lost election now after 2024. MPP before we lost the election in 2022. Why? And when I see it's my businessmen, all the way to Tomato Center, it's in the Ghana for morning. And when I middle class before after point, I'm going to sit that shit every 15 years. Wama kuni wani. I'm not pension for education.
What's your reaction to, one, the victory of the NDC and John Mahama, whom you support, and also the concession speech by His Excellency Dr. Bawumia? I think that the concession speech is a sign of magnanimity. He's done well because he signed for the peace pact, and therefore it's important that he concedes, because that will bring the tensions down, like he rightly said. And for President Mahama, it tells us that, look, hard work pays. He has unfinished business. He's coming back to do that business. And for us, those of us who supported him and followed him all throughout the campaign, we knew what he was made of. Because even in 4 years, we saw what he did. So imagine him after 4 years, what he's going to do well. So we are extremely delighted, but we are humbled by the fact that Ghanaians have again given him the mandate. And you know what? Trust President Mahama. This is his last 4 years, but he will create wonders in this country. How should the NDC be taking this victory and the what that lies ahead? Quite Herculean attacks, you would admit, is it? Second, I'm saying that how should the NDC be taking this victory, also looking or taking into consideration how Herculean the tax ahead is? Well, we know it's a very deep hole that has been dug for us. We know it's a very deep hole. So sometimes I even tell them that, look, it's a very deep hole. And, we need to do a lot of work. So it is not time for fantasies. It's not time. There's a lot of work ahead. And I'm telling you this without any fear of equivocation, that the president-elect is so ready for the task. And he's experienced enough to know where to plug the holes and how to move. So you know what? Trust him, he will deliver. So that's Stephen Banson for you. Let me get a few more people to talk to you. Chief, you want to say something? What's your reaction to the victory that the NDC has struck?
Like my senior colleague has said, it's a very unanimous victory. Ghanaians have spoken, and they have spoken out very, very loud. And it's a resounding victory for every Ghanaian, regardless of whether you're an MPP or an NDC. Now it is time to build Ghana. It is time to reset Ghana again. And that is why we are excited. Yeah.
And what is your expectation of John Mahama going forward?
I expect that whatever we have promised Ghanaians, for which they have given us this overwhelming victory,
John Mahama should continue.
He will not it, because he has a social contract with the Ghanaian people. And that social contract is what he has said in his manifestos. And we are going to deliver. Whatever he has said, I know it's a very...
Okay, so, the headquarters is appearing a bit chaotic over here. And it is the scores of supporters of the party are trooping in. I can tell you, this side of Adabraka is getting blocked. Everything I have to say right now is Ayezu and Ayeza. We have won the election. We are proud of John Mahama. We are proud of MPP. I know for sure that Ghana's problems have come to an end. We have suffered under. If you say that, are you not putting the pressure you are trying to put on yourself will be so much. If you say the problems of this country has come to an end, John Mahama has a brilliant task ahead. You cannot come to that conclusion, is it?
I can come to that conclusion because I am sure that Burma.
Would have the unpleasant duty of declaring him with the majority of seats won by the NDC and the overwhelming win that he would be getting on the polls. It appears that from the work that he has done, he may have known where exactly they are headed and have known the numbers. And so the headquarters of the NDC is quite charged, and the jubilations that we're showing are here. Let's see if we can get some more reactions. What do you have to say? Okay, I mean, many of them a bit camera side, no, but let's take a tour. Let's take a tour of how the entrance to the NDC headquarters. The entrance looks like. You can see from the other broadcast section how the place, there's a barricade which is right here at the main intersection, the traffic light towards the NDC headquarters. The police are trooping in here and their numbers as well. Security is tight right here at the NDC headquarters. But what it is also is that the private security by the NDC party itself has been heightened, and all throughout the period that from voting to coalition, they have been right here, seated at the headquarters, I must say. So the motor riders are beginning to troop in, and we are also aware of the role this motor riders have played. Let me see if I can catch a word. Let me catch a word with you. Chief, what do you have to say? Monday. They say Monday. We are telling them Monday. The only man is John Dramani Mahama. He's the only man as movement as we are speaking. What they can say, Obiano. What they can say, Mama, oh, we. What they can say, we. Omo say, oh, we. It's a new to yeah, there's no way. How can I say, Mama, oh, we that? Because abaya ya tu ya no. Ya ni mkala fuwa, omaki, almost a sign. They need need change. Ghana for we need change. Okada for they need change. Everybody is suffering. You can see the mismanagement of this country. BBI Bazaar. So Monday, and the man is only John Dramani Mahama. All right, so that's an Okada rider there for you. Like I did indicate, you know, from the shots you can see the police have arrived. They are beefing up more security to the place, and many people are trooping in to the headquarters of the NDC. What is it for you is the greatest responsibility the NDC has to the people of this country? Well, let me tell you something that I'm Aziz Dogo, coordinator for Ghanaians have spoken. What we are telling Ghanaians that we are not going to disappoint them. As far as we are concerned, John Dramani Mahama is going to do a better Ghana for us. The 24-hour economy, whatever we think we are doing, and I think John Mahama is going to do it. Moreover, let me tell you something. MPP have taken us for granted. They thought we don't know what we want from life. But we are telling them, the operation, that route that they're taking, they must bring everything down. Our lands, our monies, everything has to come back. That's why Ghanaians voted them out.
And there you have it, some visuals from the headquarters of the NDC, moments after the presidential candidate for the MPP, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Bawumia, conceded defeat to John Dramani Mahama. Clearly, they're very excited, jubilation, celebration, tears of joy, some on the floor, some jumping up and down, and expressing their joy and their gratitude also to Dr. Bawumia for doing what they say is the right thing at the moment. We're going to take you over to the Ashanti region as well to see how they have received this announcement by Dr. Bawumia conceding defeat to John Dramani Mahama. Right. My colleague Anita Kufu is there, and we're going to go to her in a moment, and she'll tell us exactly what's going on there, how people in the Ashanti region have received this news. If what we have heard from the NDC is anything to go by, they've made some major inroads into the Ashanti region, which was otherwise considered a stronghold of the NDC. At the time Sammy Gyamfi addressed the press, he said they had won 7 seats already over from the NPP. But Roland Walker is still in the studios, and he's with the man who, if you like, declared or called the results of this election about 2 years ago. Musa Dankwa from Global Info Analytics. Roland.
Well, certainly. It is a perspective, I guess, that also would mean that we need to do a strong historical recall, not only the emergence of John Dramani Mahama into the political scene, but the dawn of that entry into the Fourth Republic, where we convened the general election, the presidential election, subsequently the week after having the parliamentary elections, of course boycotted by the MPP at the time, meaning that the long-standing ruler, chairman of the PNDC, Jerry John Rawlings, then became the civilian president, and transitioning him into winning 2 terms until that ended with the election in 2000 of the MPP's John Agyekum Kufuor. And subsequently, we saw John Agyekum Kufuor with his vice, Aliu Mahama, and they also went 2 terms. And subsequently also, by 2008, we had John Dramani Mahama being the vice presidential candidate to Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And today, this is where we are. The man who never backed down after losing in 2016, but there's something that's got to be with the persona, but also what the voter population and the entire general public of Ghana seem to be telling us in this election. And Musa Dankwa, certainly, what do they seem to be telling us with the numbers that are being recorded or have been recorded?
It tells me that we've always been speaking the voice of Ghanaians, and that what we are seeing is a reflection of what we were told by voters for years. If you look at our polling cycles, started in January 2022, and we've been accused of always portraying somebody as the winner. It is not for us to portray anybody.
we just report what we are told. And I think if you look at what we're going to get in the end, the results will not be far from what we recorded in April 2022. Absolutely no difference.
Okay. And you've been doing this work over the last 2 years. By January 2024, you started doing this projection that this is what you were picking up. Based on what indicators that you were interacting with the sample size that you paid, that they were telling you? Or on what benchmarks were they saying that he should be leading the pack?
Look, if you look at what people were telling us, first they were saying that the country is headed in the wrong direction, in the upper range of 60 to 65% every quarter. Then they tell you that their standard of living is getting worse. Then they say they don't think it's going to improve in the next 12 months. Then when you ask them, what are the top 3 things that bother you today that will influence how you vote? It's been economy, number 1. Number 2, jobs. Number 3, education. And this has been consistent for the past 3 years. So once economy is a central theme of this campaign or the big issue, the governing party is unlikely to win because the economy is dominant and every other factor becomes secondary. That's why you couldn't see roads as a key point, top 3. You couldn't see corruption because people are hungry. And that the sole reason why MPP lost largely was because of the economy.
So bread and butter issues have become critical. In that January poll, you do the transition, they seem to reflect what we are getting now, the 54 to 56% trend for John Dramani Mahama. And that was a reflection same in January.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because nothing has changed. You see, if you look at the polling numbers way back in 2022, I think November, December, you know, the city collapsed around July.
Yes, started collapsing around July. From April, May, by July.
But it made a speed recovery between December and January. When you look at that data, you would see that the performance of the government also improved around that time. So their fate was tied to the economy and the economy. Once there was no improvement in the economy, your fate is sealed. Period.
But why did Dr. Bawumia have to suffer for the sins of Nana Akufo-Addo?
He is the head of the EMT, the economic management team. And Ghanaians don't take any excuse that you are not in charge. And if he wasn't in charge, I think he should have spoken. He should have shown that he's not happy with what is going on.
But elements within his camp had come out to say that he was not fully in charge.
That's not good enough. Look, if you look at Kenya's scenario, Uhuru, Kenyatta, and William Ruto, there was open fight between them. They disagreed publicly. So the public knew that Ruto was in agreement with Kenyatta. So when Ruto split his camp, people blamed him.
You mean it was going to be very difficult for Ghanaians to believe that Dr. Bawumia and all the proposals that he made to the government at the time he did were not heeded to?
Yeah. And you see, there were elements in the government, and I'll mention names. Ken Ofori-Atta was the problem Bawumia had in the EMT. Really? It's an open secret. And I believe if Ken had gone earlier,
something could have been salvaged.
Absolutely.
Okay, but around that time, where the CD started plummeting in 2022, by October, the anticipation was that if the finance minister read the budget, everything would be fine. Just a month or 2 before, many of the market instruments in the market were then pegged to market value. It also means that the middle class lost a chunk of their investment. Investments for over 2 decades and a half, meaning that if you also relate it to the US dollar, it was nothing to speak about. If you look at that scenario, that voter population, that population of our country, and the people who turned up, the average turnout of 50%, 51% across the constituencies, meaning less young people, more of the outliers, the middle-aged people coming in, what did they tell you about what their thoughts were on who they wanted to lead them and to revive the economy and the country?
You know, if you ask people what are the key issues, and they say education, jobs, whatever they tell you, you can also look at those who say jobs. Who do they prefer to lead the country? And on that score, Mahama has always performed better than Bawumia. When you bring economy as an issue, then he even gets better against Bawumia. Because they believe that Bawumia hasn't shown that he can deal with the economy.
But he was touted to be the economic messiah, so to speak. Even Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on a campaign platform said he was the man chosen to deal with all things variables and the objectives of growth for Ghana's economy.
We are here today. We know what has happened. So on the issue of trust, who do you trust? In fact, consistently, we've been asking voters, who do you trust to better manage the economy? It's always been John Mahama. In fact, in the last poll we did, we asked them, who do you believe has the competence, the experience, and the track record to manage this economic crisis? Overwhelmingly, it's been Mahama. So there was no doubt that Mahama was the preferred choice for people who are worried about the economy today. And for that matter, I mean, nobody should be surprised that he's the president-elect.
But Roland, you know, I'm quite surprised how the NPP may have missed this, because we know, based on historical data, that ever since Bawumia was, you know, ushered into the political scene in 2008, he's consistently increased the numbers of the NPP in the 3 regions of the north. We've seen his performance in the Upper East region. It doesn't look like it shaped up in this election. No. John Mahama swept the northern regions.
Why?
See, the economy had superseded any
other consideration.
Absolutely. Look, people who were intended to vote by religion, ethnicity, and they were completely overwhelmed by the economy. And those things became secondary issues and went entirely based on their pocket.
But is it not magical? It almost seemed like a three-line whip. You know, when we're in Parliament, you have the minority whippers or majority whippers, you know, calling the guys together and saying, listen, you guys have got to do this in a certain way. Across the country, there was a particular trend that was going. You didn't see much of skirt and blouse. And let me come to this. I mean, you earlier mentioned Ken Ofori-Atta and his possible, you know, involvement or contribution, that's a word, to this defeat. I'd like to read to you what Eugene Boakye-Antwi, who's a former MP for Subin, he's actually the current MP member, yeah, but he lost the primaries. He said, as of last night, that we lost this general election in the last quarter of 2022. The 90 MPs who mustered courage and called on the president to relieve the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, of his position due to his mismanagement of the economy. Keeping Ken Ofori-Atta at post till February 2024 meant that we were not listening to the very people who voted us and therefore did not deserve to vote in 2024, deserve their vote in 2024. They have therefore punished us severely and taught the NPP a bitter lesson. Almost a third of registered voters, nearly 6 million voters, did not visit their polling stations to vote due to apathy. How do you respond to this?
I think he is right. Even when you listen to the community of investors, you know,
the investor community,
yes, they were looking for Ken to be sacked. Wow. If he had been sacked, the sentiment would have gone up. There would have been confidence built back. And even leading the IMF was very difficult with somebody who was completely opposed the IMF bill. And now he's in charge of the IMF deal.
And consistently, when you recall, people like Kwame Pianin, respected economists, had called on the president to fire the finance minister.
Joe Jackson and a number of them as well. Okay, so Musadat, are you saying if Ken Ofori-Atta was booted out earlier, the results would not have been worse, as we see it, astronomical? You're looking projectively 187 seats for the NDC in Parliament, or you're saying that, well, if he was booted out earlier, the MPP would have retained the presidency?
See, if he had gone earlier, And I think people will accept that since Amin Hunter took over the Ministry of Finance, we've seen some kind of stability in the economy. We've seen some sort of confidence in the economy. That would have felt into the public sentiment about what we call, do you believe that things will improve in the next 12 months? That question would have been improving. But there's a link between the people's feeling in the economy and the polling numbers. You can't attack the two. If they were hopeful, they would have been second guessing. Maybe let's try Bawumia. Maybe let's try him.
You're not sure?
You're not sure.
No, but you are not sure.
No, God didn't answer the question.
So the question I ask you directly is this. Projectively, 185 to 187 seats. This has a voter differential of 1.5 million, again projectively. So the question is direct. Are you saying that if Ken Ofori-Atta was sacked earlier, was booted out earlier, that there would have been defeat but marginal, or they would have retained the seat?
No, it would be defeat by marginal. Right. Much more respecting defeat.
I see.
Yes.
Why is that?
Not this lopsided landslide effectively.
Lopsided?
Of course. Landslide, because you see, no ruling government or sitting government has lost this way before. And that is very significant. And the consequences of this could be dire, because with the weaker parliamentary numbers, you have no voice in parliament.
Almost like a rubber stamp?
Rubber stamp.
Yeah, yeah.
We're looking back like the 1996 government Rawlings type of administration. So complete shake-up. It weakens the party in parliament. And once you're not in government, it is the parliamentary caucus that keep your voice out there.
What's the difference between them? At the time, we said it was massive. Nearly 1 million differential. 2016, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and this time around, in terms of the reasons or the sentiments why they saw that wane, and then today?
If you look, I think about 6 months ago, I said that if care is not taken, MPP could lose with 2 million votes. And people were laughing at me.
Wow.
We did the maps.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Yes. I said, if they don't take care, they could lose with that million side of vote. Now, if you look at what happened in 2016, people were fed up with the doomsday, even though it had theoretically been addressed, because it had impact on their pockets.
On their business.
On their businesses. So the economy was the center stage as well. Then you have the add-on free education. Now people thought, look, this is something marvelous. I mean, so that wind of change blew out NDC, gave them the nearly 1 million votes. If you compare that anger to what it is today, we are on a different level of frustration and anger.
Wow.
And what you saw is clear reflection of people's...
You're saying the anger today among the voter population is due to hunger?
Yes.
I see. Quite interesting.
Well, let me drift a bit away from the presidential and come to the parliamentary. We've seen the mighty fall. I mean, seats like, that of Eslo Wusu, we've seen Dom Kwabenya, we've seen Okankwe South.
How could you just hold on there?
Right, sure.
Christopher Mwako,
Okay.
You're currently in your community, the city in which you live. Where are you exactly? What can you tell us by the latest? And what's the mood like? Christopher Mwako.
So, Roland, I'm currently in the Tamale Central constituency. That is the constituency of Murtala Muhammad, who has actually been retained by the electorate here in the constituency. Roland, I want to say that it's jubilating galore as can be seen in the past. A lot of people, massive crowd out here already after hearing from the NPP presidential candidate, that is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, a while ago, who came to say that John Dramani Mahama won convincingly, and so he was going to get back something or stronger in the future, and so to me that he has started to say. So as it stands now, a lot more people coming out. I have some of them here I will want to interact with. they have actually been saying that they are very happy that the NDC voted. I have a woman here. She's been jubilating since the vice president came out to concede defeat. Your life on TVC is more super. Okay, so what this woman is just saying is the first person that was the president has done, but the NPP came into power. The economy has not been favoring her. Prices of commodities, food items have skyrocketed, and so business hasn't been good for her. And that is the reason why she went out yesterday to vote for John Dramani Mahama. And this morning, she out yet to declare the history of John Dramani Mahama. I'm a gentleman here. When I told you about story of writing skills, what does this victory mean to you? This victory means a lot of
Christopher. Yeah, so let's look more at the atmosphere, the mood, the celebration of the people and how excited they are, and then we can just progress from there.
Robert, you know that in July this year, the NDC came to the heart of Tamale. That is the Tamale defeat march in the Tamale. You know, there are 2024 campaigns here. And so, right there, people of Tamale and the northern region actually indicated that the love that the party has shown them, they are going to reciprocate this love on the 7th of December. Lo and behold, this morning, we are here to play, so we are very happy. Every NDC member in Tamale right now is happy. Most of them, we didn't hear that the way they are riding their motorbikes, the way more people are coming onto the Christmas of Tamale. Some probably are very happy. We are praying that nothing of that sort that we can take to happen because of the numbers of people who are converging here around the Jubilee Park, where results of the Tamale Central will be declared. But hold on, let me also just say that so far in the greater Tamale Enclave, the four constituencies, I must say that single issue to the coalition because I must say that what we have right now is that the NDC one state has won all the four constituencies in the greater metropolitan.
And so for the rest of the community that's closer to where you are, what's the level of excitement? Well, Christopher Opokuda has given us the latest from the Tamale Central constituency, and this is at the heart of Tamale itself, having a lot of interactions with the residents, the voters themselves, and how excited they are with the formal announcement by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that he has conceded defeat in this presidential race, meaning that John Dramani Mahama, because subsequently looking at the projections and the numbers, is now going to be the president-elect as we await the formal announcement by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And of course, when that is to be made, trust that Ghana Decides 2024, your election command center will be there. We're live 3FM 92.7. We're also streaming across a platform as well, and then also TV3, and you go search for TV3 Ghana, where we are. But look, Pakwesi, looks quite an exciting period, and there has to be a reason why the campaign was this way. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia went in a certain style, Pakwesi.
Very exciting, you know, as you can see right there from the south to the north, there's jubilation. People really were expecting this victory, and I think that it is come at a good time for them. Christmas will be very good for them. But I was just asking, you know, Musa Dankwa, before you took that interview, about the mighty falling and why they're falling that huge.
First, I think the general economy was a problem. And for that matter, when people decided to punish the government, anybody that is leaving the government gets punished. That's the first thing. And then second thing was that towards the end of the campaign, the MPs embarked on monetization campaign. Money was awashed in the system. Indeed, when you look at the exit poll that we conducted yesterday, 56% of respondents said they were offered inducement by the MPP. 56%. 22% said NDC offered them inducement. About 12% said both did offer them. So you could see that money for the first time was awash in the campaign. And people became repulsive of it.
Please just hold on. We have to go to William Evans in Combe. But William, it's the first of everything. The first time that we're having a former president get a comeback to win the race, get back to the presidency, the Jubilee House. Also a first time where we are having our first female vice president. And for many people, that is crucial in many firsts. Also the first time where the voting difference, the voter population by way of the numbers that the winner ultimately projectively tends to get will be in the region of 1.5 million votes. How are residents of Kumasi reacting to that, knowing that this is a stronghold of the ruling MPP? William. Yes, I can.
Everything that you are saying comes down. It comes down and it goes to the center of one.
Your voice seems to be muffling. So maybe it could be your sound piece or your mouthpiece or whatever it is. But I guess we have to take a relook at it. But if you can also just adjust yourself, I don't know whether that helps by way of the reception. Go ahead and let's see.
All right.
Okay, the sound is bad. I believe that we have to take a relook at your earpiece and then perhaps try to situate it. But many firsts for many reasons, and you are having an
yes. So the money was an issue. People were hungry. For all this while, we didn't give them money. Just at the last minute, you're offering them money to vote. I mean, it's an insult. So that was really a big problem for the people. And then the drip equipment. You see, we always been talking to voters and we know how they think about these things. They tell us that if you delay projects until the last minute in time for election, it doesn't pay. They punish you for it. So those things were really annoying people. And I believe and I hope everyone will learn a lesson from this defeat.
But listen, as late as it was, we saw former President Kufuor come in to endorse Dr. Bawumia. We saw them elect a running mate from Menchia, from the heart of Kumasi, who comes from the Apejefie, very close to the king of Ashanti. Why would the Ashanti region decide to turn out this way?
Look, the economy supersedes everything. Look, you can be an influencer. There is a limit to which you can influence others. When people are hungry, they are looking to survive. And the economy and the job trumps everything else. Allegiances to ethnicity and that kind of thing wanes when you are hungry. So in this election, I think all those things became a secondary issue. We were thinking about the economy, money in their pocket, jobs, and those kind of things.
And well, it almost looks like the former President John Mahama pulled a Donald Trump on us, didn't he?
Well, certainly. The polls going this way, mainstream polls going his way, and then the others going the other way as well. And it also then feeds into the whole question and the conversation about the style of the campaign. Do you think Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, his persona as a vice presidential candidate, the type of campaign, I have to insist, from about 2012, having lectures on the economy, etc., do you think that he should have changed his style, not looking at the invectives, the
visual mockery style,
throwing jabs at your opponent, because your opponent is now not a president, but a former president and the opposition leader, and the times are different. You see, the campaign style.
What the campaigns don't do. See, if you go to the US and UK, whatever action that the candidate does, it is subject to focus group discussion. You put the person and the message in a focus group, analyze it, and see how people react to it. If the feedback is positive, then you keep doing it. If it's not good, you withdraw from it. I don't think they were using polling to guide their steps, their actions. Maybe poll to decide what should we talk about. But even the response of voters wasn't being tested. You must know whether people are taking it or they're not accepting it as a way to communicate to them. So we have to go into science.
Science and data.
Science and data. Look, when you use science and data, you never get it wrong. And data that is not emotionally attached. Don't have feeling for data. Otherwise you become
compromised.
So that would mean that there's something that worked for the former president. What was it? Because this is almost like a comeback that was after 2020, where he didn't succeed within the COVID period.
I'm quite sure that he was guided by polls. Obviously, we were doing free polls. Nobody was paying for it.
Still nobody's
paying for it. So that was a service to the country, and there was useful stuff in that poll for him to look at and use. And indeed, he's a very experienced politician, ran the country before. So he was probably able to maintain a disciplined campaign. Disciplined campaign.
How do you mean?
You don't see a lot of gaffes in his campaign. Very little mistakes were done by his campaign. Even the choice of running mate, people were hoping that he would change something. But if he had done that, believe me, you have destabilized his campaign.
You mean you don't change a winning team?
No.
But it wasn't a winning team, it wasn't at the time.
You see, turbulence is what campaigns don't need. It needs smoothness.
Consistency.
And there was no data showing that she wasn't what the people wanted. So why change it? And we were thinking, let's look at 2028. Look, a bird in hand is worth two in bush. How do you know you're going to even win this one? So he kept that discipline. And then you see DMB campaign making a tactical error in the decision of the vice presidential candidate.
You call it tactical error?
Which is what?
Which is choosing Napo.
I mean, why do you say that?
Look, we have given the party data upon data. That showed that the weakness of MPP is not really in the base, but among certain demographic. I'll come from there. So when you are picking a candidate, you look at the data and see where do we have weakness as a party in terms of trying to shore up our support to win the election. The data has shown consistently that among the charismatic churches, among the Pentecostals, who form about 45% of the Christians in this country, are not enthused about DMB. So what he needed to do was not look at MPP base, but look at the evangelical base.
All right, just hold on there. So I think that will have to be continued. Cookie T is with satellite station in Tamale. And Cookie, where are you exactly? What's the level of reception or excitement around you?
It's been amazing here in Tamale, and currently we are at the library, the Collation Center, the Tamale library at the Collation Center, where the Member of Parliament elect is about to be declared the winner. But quickly, just to get into the numbers for you, for presidential, John Mahama is in the lead right here with 69.53%, representing 48,374 of the votes. And Vice President Bawumia is in second with 29.67%, representing 20,643 of the votes. Now, for the incumbents, we already know that it is Honorable Murtala Mohammed. He is in the lead, yet to be declared by the EC, but of course, we can give you the numbers before the proper declaration is done. He's already here at the Collation Center. He is in the lead with 75.8%, representing 51,592, while the NPP's Sule Salifu is tagging along with 24.2%, representing, I think we need to check on this figure, but that is 24.2%. So we are here at the Collation Center getting ready for the EC's declaration. But the difference here, we can let you know the difference for presidential, which is 35,188. And we can confirm right here that President or ex-President Mahama or President-elect Mahama is in the lead in this place. We shall cross over now and engage the Honorable Member-elect Murtala Mohammed. Good morning, sir. Comrade, exactly, Comrade Murtala Mohammed. How are you feeling? What does this win mean for you?
Well, Cookie, we seem to be having a difficulty with the sound of Murtala Mohammed. Cookie? Well, so we'll have to go back to Cookie, if that sound is rectified, certainly. But, Mr. Dakwa, you were on the analysis there. Round it up.
Well, you know my biggest fear, Musa, you can, attempt to answer this. And I'm sure later when we hand over to Nashoko, she might also like to consider that. I fear that presidential debates have ended, sadly, for this country. Because, in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo refused to debate John Mahama. And he still won the elections. In 2024, we're seeing John Mahama refuse to debate Dr. Bawumia, and he's won the elections. I mean, I think that going into the future, this disservice has been served on us as a people. We wouldn't have the choice of hearing from the two people, those who matter, those who want to lead us, debate on the policies that they want to implement. And for me, I think it's sad.
Mr. Musa Dankwa, could that be something that's based on science? Because if the issue of the economy becomes paramount, are there other considerations?
I believe the debates are useful. I do believe so. But we need to find an institution reputable that would, you may impugn certain to other organizations. I think it should be a state institution, NCC.
Right.
In the U.S., you have a debate commission in the U.S.
Historically, the IEA has done it for us, and then we saw the head of the IEA take up a position.
So all those kind of things, it sends a wrong signal. So if we have a state institution that is independent, NCC boss is there. If any government comes and says, don't fire her, let her do her job, and then they can have the mission or the role of debating, of creating a platform for debate. and it becomes part of our electoral processes. And you have one here, one there. We agree that this is how it's going to be. And then we will be having a chance to interrogate people and be able to put people on the spot. Sometimes, look, good leaders are those who can think on their feet. Think on their feet. When you put them to debate and they are not capable, they will fall apart.
So and it was actually a debate that led to the pressure on Joe Biden to step down as president.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. If he had gone ahead, he would have been completely swallowed by the, even though he lost, he would have been worse.
I think within the scheme of things, then we'll have to relate to the press encounters that were had by John Dramani Mahama first, and then subsequently after excessive pressure, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Their responses in those two events, did they influence the decisions of young people or voters generally?
Yes, it did. Look, after that press encounter by
John Mahama,
the
first time,
I think people were able to. He's been there before, so he then reassert himself as somebody who will lead again. In the case of Bawumia, truth be said, after that debate, that was the time he began to lose the floating voters.
I don't understand.
No.
Yes.
You mean on the issue of e-levy and if I do everything now, what would I do when I come into power?
If you follow social media, that wasn't the narrative they had wanted as a campaign. And it completely tore him apart. The polls that were done yesterday, as the poll, shows that he won only 31% of floating voters.
Your exit poll?
Yes. So from that point, we can give you a tracker that shows his decline among floating voters. He was conceding grounds to Nana Kwame among floating voters, and he never recovered.
If John Mahama hadn't done a comeback, he probably would have gone down in history, or probably gone to his grave as the first sitting president to suffer such a huge defeat in the history of this country. How is it ever possible that he comes back, being the first president, probably after 1992, to get the most outstanding victory ever in our history?
I think it tells you that Ghanaians are angry with the current system. And that they were prepared to do anything rather than retain the current government. What the results from coast to coast, from Hamile to Aflao, from Agizim to Sankasi, the Greens have spread all over. It tells you something. People are not happy at all. Look at the Green map, Ahafo, and Bruno. Look, the last poll we did, and people were saying we're crazy. We said on the very, very bad day, MPP could win only 3 regions. And on a very good day, they could win 2. I don't know the numbers right now coming from the region.
Yeah, we'll be updating the numbers formally as they come as well, and also certified by the Electoral Commission. But in the meantime, let's go to Aswanse. It's where we have one of a good reporter so far, consistently great experience, Ibrahim Abubakar. Ibrahim, what's the latest from Aswanse?
As you can see, sight and sound, we are in a vigilant zone. Even though officially EC has not or declared Muntaka as the parliamentary candidate elected, and it is a done for them, and we have started in the divination. In fact, the divination started just when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gave his concession address. We have considered, now they are not waiting for the National Commission to officially also declare John Dramani Mahama as the president-elect for the Republic. So they have started with their declaration. In fact, most of them are expected that Dr. Bawumia I saw the need to compete even before the Electoral Commission comes with the election. I was very engaged with some of them, but I ended up with some of them. And this is the people you can take a listen to what they have been telling me with regards to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
No, the video is not ready, but just summarize those for us. If you have a number of them, you can also speak to them.
One, okay, so I'm going to live on today. But I'm simply jubilating by my picture. Why? The presidential candidate of the NP class considered the seat even before EC and the press. What do you make of it?
Well, Ibrahim, we'll go back to those insights you have, your interaction with those excited residents of Asmasi.
So what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia did is in the right direction. And he has attained 100% respect from me, because I did not expect him to come so easily and concede defeat just like that. So, and in Ghana's history, this is the first time a candidate will come out less than 24 hours after voting to come and concede defeat and congratulate his fellow candidate. This is the first time in Ghana's history. So I really respect him 100%. He has done well. Kudos to him.
With the concession of the Vice President of the Republic, Bawumia, and the 2024 MPP presidential candidate, he has just conceded defeat. And to us, the NDC in particular, and for us constituencies, we think it's a good omen for our democracy, and it will deepen what the democratic principle that we have.
Just excited following that concession of defeat by the presidential candidate of the ruling MPP, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And now that's how it is, that excitement in that constituency of Muntaka.
In the last hour or so, since Dr. Bawumia conceded to John Dramani Mahama, we've seen some celebration from supporters across the country. And we've also just been listening to Musa Dankwa speaking to some of the projections he's been making for some time now, for about 2 years now. He's been making these projections, conducting these polls, and even advising on how some of the parties should conduct their affairs going into the elections. And so the Team Global Info Analytics, I think this is a win for you as well. But back to the desk here, we've been joined by Dr. Jonathan Asante Ochery. He's joined Professor Inin on the desk. We've had a lot of conversations off camera, but who hasn't really? Across the country, it appears after Dr. Bawumia conceded, there's a lot of celebration, but there's also a lot of calm in the air. People are congratulating him for taking this bold step. It's a win for democracy, if you ask me, since I'm sure everybody is watching us from across the continent and, of course, across the world. Does this come as a surprise to any of you?
Not at all. I think it's a reflection of our deepening democracy. But even more important, I think it speaks to several things. And if you give me just about 2-3 minutes, I would like to raise two.
Please go ahead.
And then later on, we can deepen it. Dr. Bawumia says Ghana has won.
Yeah.
And if you remember when we spoke a couple of days ago, our appeal was that people should behave in a manner that it's Ghana that wins, that it's Ghana Incorporated that we are talking about. But you see, now, not everybody wanted us to win, wanted Ghana to win.
Why do you say so?
Because people used fake news and misinformation to create the impression that we were violent people, that this election will be violent. And people retweeted it or repeated it in a manner that sought not to caution us to say, guys, be careful, but it was almost a given. So,
are you referring to the diplomat?
Well, somebody claimed that I was attacking somebody, so
All right.
But I really don't mind. But, you know, we have a responsibility as leaders to speak and behave in a manner that doesn't compound, even if it exists, difficult challenges. So having come through this, and Bawumia having shown the maturity and the basic decency that we are, sort of associated with him, I think we've won. We've all won. My appeal to the victors is that they are magnanimous in their celebrations. Because once more, our enemies are out there wishing that in our celebratory mood, we will fight. Bawumia also talks about responsible behavior, yes, which I think is important both to his own supporters, but certainly to those who have won. But he promises to subject the government or government policy to spirited scrutiny.
Yeah.
That is what we want. Unfortunately, it will not happen in Parliament because, and I think Dr. Ochre is here, great to meet him finally. If we see the changes or reductions in experienced parliamentarians at every election, for this particular parliament, the 9th parliament, or for the outgoing 8th parliament, the number of more of experienced parliamentarians who went for re-election was considerably low.
Yeah.
And knowing how great people have fallen, we are going to see a 9th parliament that has considerably less experienced legislators. So the ability to hold government in check is going to be low.
Why do you think so? I mean,
they come in without the experience. It takes quite a bit of time
to be able to hold government accountable.
Also, to know the legislative rules.
Okay.
To
learn the rules.
To learn the rules and the behavior. You know, the power in Parliament is not a mandate we've given to you, but is the mace, that piece of wood that lies there. And you cannot turn your back to the mace when we're talking. So just like I am talking to you, I want to make a very big point. This is where the mace is, and then I turn around and say, look,
you can't do that.
Okay. Not only that, we've got to ask ourselves as Ghanaians, what is the kind of politics that we want? What does this victory tell us? And I think what it tells us, from where I sit, is that we are looking for more nuance, more participatory engagement by citizens, and less of the useless religious sightings and interpretations of what God wants the outcome to be.
Okay.
So God is an honest, every God is an honest God.
Every God is an honest God.
It's an honest God. And no God speaks with two voices.
Okay.
So it just tells you the number of charlatans.
As you speak, you've seen live visuals on the split screen over there. There are visuals from Legekuku. So as we speak, just know that what you're seeing on the other side of the screen are all very live visuals happening right now, which is being streamed by our various correspondents from various parts of the country. What you see now is from Legekuku, but we will be moving to different locations, and I will let you know which constituency we are streaming from as the visuals come to us live on the show. Prof.
Legekuku has been quite tight,
yes.
So it's good to say that people are not over-jubilating and misbehaving. I can see somebody carrying some kutu or kuku there. Yes, some pot of some sort. You know, I hope there's not alcohol. Yes, that is saying.
It's probably Otinshinu.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So these religious leaders must
do. You said what? Otinshinu is the water from the base of the kinky pot. So after kinky is cooked, the water is used for medicinal purposes, and we also drink it, as a refreshing drink.
It was a staple.
It was a staple. It still is in Teshin. Yeah, I can speak to you because that's where I'm from.
Well, I lived there as a kid for almost 10 years.
Okay.
So religious leaders who predicted, and their predictions haven't come true, must be ashamed of themselves. And I think their followers must be questioning them. Does this man read the Bible well? And does he truly, or does she truly hear God's word?
Right.
But from this moment, that candidate Mahama is the presumptive president, I think President Mahama and his team must know one thing, that this swing is because we are looking for a new type of leadership and a new type of politics.
All right. Let me come to you, Doc. What does this victory tell us?
Oh, thank you. Let me take the...
And just in, we have information also that Alan Kyerematen, leader of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, the Butterfly Movement, has also congratulated the former president, John Dramani Mahama. We'll bring you some visuals from there shortly. And just to let you know, Alan Kyerematen has congratulated John Dramani Mahama. All right. And let me come to you, Doc.
Well, I think I have a lot of things to say. I think the day before the American elections, we were having an interview on NGO TV. And after the debate, and I said, Dr. Asah Asante asked me, asked all of us, so who do we think is likely to win? And out of the 5 of us, the 4 never said anything. I said, well, mark it on the wall. Trump is winning the elections. What CNN has been projecting to us is not accurate. And Trump will win based upon the economy. When Trump won the elections in 2016, before he exited, for the past 66 years, that was a time America had the lowest unemployment rate. And so that thing was something that the people recollected, and the issues of immigration. And then there's something else. What Aristotle tells us about universal truth.
Universal truth.
Yes. Human beings are rational everywhere, whether educated or uneducated. And the argument is that there is a natural tendency for us to behave in the same way when the circumstances are similar.
Okay.
Irrespective of our geographical location.
Universal truth.
Yes. Irrespective of our geographical location, there is a natural tendency to behave in the same way. Let alone, in our situation, we have the worst of it. So, last week Wednesday, I was telling Roland, they shouldn't expect anything different from what the Americans did. Fast forward, if you check the post-COVID economies, the management of it, you see that the important economies, their leaders are being yanked off. The post-COVID economies, they have not done well. And Ghana was not an exception.
COVID was a very novel situation.
So post-COVID, the management, you see, we were running a narrative that until Russia, it was COVID. Then Russia came there, we added Russia. When Israel and Gaza came, that one we did not talk about, because
so
we realized that
the management of the economy post-COVID or the management of COVID?
Not the COVID.
Okay, the economy,
yes,
all right.
yes.
All right.
So it really affected. Now, when Mr. Dankwa talks about the economy, there are 4 main things that, in terms of policy of government, wherever you are in the country, it affects you. And that explains why there is this trouncing. 1, inflation. Which part of the country that if you have inflation that is high, it will not affect you? It will affect you. Even if you want to keep to your village, you will pick a car, right? And the cost of transportation is high. People will come for food from the villages and bring it to the urban centers. Cost of transportation is high. We are buying fuel at 69 cedis per gallon. It is quite high. You put 600, 700 in your 2.4 cc car, and it's not full. How much has come into your pocket? They are taking more from your pocket than what you are earning. And the cost of living has risen so high that there is nothing else that you can do. 2, so you see that in an economy where we said we are doing planting for food and jobs, one village, one dam, what
what is the essence of these two?
For maybe any DJ social media ambassador. Election 2024 and a gusua yede update ede ebremono na and of course we brave mon fanche me say mamoti audio na che na so ne yi mu ano no me hodo do me kakra badan nyame di mu TV bia be fan I Rejoice Media TV o hwe me a no subscribe no share or some social program live or Rejoice 101.7 radio no so Facebook oko Facebook amesro like it na share na famai na ade ba ko ehia ye pa ko Facebook no so a wo like ya na wa share page no na wo de amaye na ebeye nde na me ba mo akwa modi na chise enkomo kakra na ebe di na chise di jumadi na siya na yakwa akoto as because yenyansi ye di na so be bi edu Dr. Mahmood Bawumia wo twa so short e de amaye andra ya nda yete hosa na so agro na say ayi simple amaye because wo hwe say obetena se ya kosi se ade beche na ade asen achi bi na obi abe ma obre no so atede na just Dr. Mahmood Bawumia bi a wo bi a wa ya de for the first time in the history of Ghana say president bi yato aba na wono consider abra isi kranya mobo aba no abra nkrofo nyan enyeye chese enyenruwa bi akra aba no nyan quality puli constituency 11 no krampo nruye yenyan medumpo chese yenyenruhwe na waba abonten say media aba no mehwe peteta krama malusu enti mon yeden mon fa aba no ema me colleague no. This is the first time in history amati because it's here no amkeka bomi na se BBC na se ultimate din kono afi na asen aba se me anam kan ma sensa ma twa na se and so hwe difference na ano odin as at yesterday night no na John Dramani Mahama around 4 a.m. no wonya aba no 6 million me pacha aba ya me kan provisional resource no wonya 6,050,588 6,050,588 representing 56.42 representing 56.42%. Dr. Mahmood Bawumia MPP no so kita 4,420,959 representing 41% and the rest for the others. Now about we know you're experiencing a lot of shocks, a lot of new shocks, a lot of just say ya dwen wa yenti asiye se MPP be lusu krompona MPP nyan lusu to party bi no odin say that na when I see a be hwehwem ni ebisa ade nti MPP lusu me ye call na man for when I will be from all the way from US and I'll catch him say DJ Ike and I say yes was okay say abano ye to aba mrebi na mkache o say MPP amanyo kono so mo anto aba nyi Kennedy akompre kwa Japan MPP for say no king no vote okay bibisa and I'm see me kaidi bata ache no si ko back one abaye ye interview was swame hin na swame de me pese me je di say no krese ya Jeffrey NDC ensem me pese me je di say ya Jeffrey MPP say because swame constituency na chese Kumasi the heart of Kumasi o na itimi je aba ne free MPP for ensem sa na chese ano edin na mebo videos bi mo akere no ahwe say ni nsem o kan na wo se me go back to my archives na me nkohwe ni enti a aba no MPP follow su ye enti me so me come archives na makwakutie ni enti MPP for so elusu aba enti enyina yenko archives no na yenko nkohwe.
Okay, so number 1 see the ba kowa yes anaro kan kowa e duba e vote ma honorable Ken our incoming president she kede mu keso mba Ken ba vote she kede mu keso Ken mu keso no Ken no ba Ken ba vote kuduba don Allah ku vote ma Ken Don't use it to make him chicken garinga. No Ken, no vote. Don't Allah vote to my Ken. Honorable Ken, CK, number 1. Show down. Your president, incoming president Ken Ba, me give this betting up a boy be nyuma. Me am dinner is in my school. My bamazin assembly page my bet. Me near you man, yes, me second but basically be a new break. I'm a man so met him being a BIA.
We are seeing our this case when you see that's what police can want. Was a busy for. La dene kakra. Kennedy no ban of some who says to dumpe. He ni ho. Until when you scasem, more Sibetia Buano Conya be a so now a friend and say on Scanade, Abanabia Bubutum. The only says a Kennedy, but best same as Cabu be able to be any yes. The Indian found one, the man in the panel of a can of creno, the manamra, no mechanic creno, no beer, honton. Now, we take a crowd to Butuma, but don't chop money, but be beer.
I was in Ghana, oh, we now, Alan, they say, I was in China, about Kennedy. Now, I didn't, and I was say Kennedy, and I would support, and no one crying in other support.
We are saying, Obia, what kind of cribia, and Obia, some person see Bia, so who. What my buying is if one on buy. Go, they say no, Kennedy speech now. Mr. Miko school as some boys, and collaboration to me a crime certificate meant me and Quanquaji. And I'm the Bama Gazia. Baba Gazia, so, and I'm more for about 1 year until I'm Monco Secondary School. Baba Gazia, so Nams and Betum Penifon no margin to much them and some of their could do see. Oman Fisca. Good. And here, poor be a waba, what Nessica Sam no, but no more, but 1 million in a day. Ya say at so, no more buy any now greedy. Wow, magazine I'll buy it, turn it to cry in Nibi. So, to Kennedy bar, in Michelle, not you know the banner, Bob Boy, I mean, yet you be welcome, or my bachelor's ready, a benya of some fashion. I see.
That year, so near you, one of young and to be a Ranty Mebuno, yeah, assembly now the control.
We are seeing our this case. Kennedy Babes same as Cabu be able to be any yes. The found one, the man in the panel of a can war banner and same pea befonason. No more not dream nor day banner, and no one win this war. Montia was so about form for now, went here from for us and no pay. The last papers about Oba who said, a crow. And your team, Crocacraca, way, who said, no man, we have a car that you do a home on my dear Bray. But oh, Brassel, you know, send per coy, good criminal, your coin. Also, when you may be my eye, but honorable so the bottom scale factories. Second of Fubina behind there, aye. Nipa will do baby shots as I see a dapple who's asked as you will bet me that you win a baby woman. Send the penny here in Ghana this year. Yan park ratchet phone view. Almost see a check. Omo de book sa Jessica nyina yati esi ame to Ghana ka me de me ka me twam ba billion kra esu me ni bi da ba obi da esu me de da ho je mpese sa di mesi bio enti ne say yeah what from you say no Ken on King Street awujina de si ame no kasa na de mani abre papa se ne e ka kire mu de some delegates am ko to aba Mamu nhwe sika call na body ka kandada na tax odi adi obi atimi na obi bia obi atimi na hwe odi adi odi sika na adi
yes as want to turn here their offers and religious politics now or no ento form and we say one kind of based on achievement. Thank you. Based on achievement because by as economic risk economic messiah or by and the no why ama Ghana's economy no abusi anase wa save when to me anyehwe enti or no the American say Ghana from way Samira Bawumia ni kunu Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Ghana for anyway His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ene ne yire. One mu su ene wo mu ban. One mu ahobrase te say. One mu lifestyle te say. Samira Bawumia be first lady. Can Ghana as a country under this economic situation afford her lifestyle? No. Yentumi ntone bag. Yentumi ntone pabo. Yentumi ntone what? Yentumi ntone jewelry. That is the truth. A better truth obi te wa obeka say oh or Nintum. But whether you like it or not, that is the truth. What you say? And in her attempt to deceive Ghana for again, so say, we see Uncle Foster to can a bag and want some. What the bag in Shani Motoma, not into my fee, I fed the Wakuta Maya fee. And she is doing that only for this election period. Okay. So Ghana for your mistake. As I got to about now, the Mao. And 1 hour better, because that time she will be the first lady. Now, I will take Ghana for the first. It's made a mistake Ghana for self. Mama Monina Ho. Maswa and so as one son. Maswa His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And Maswa Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Why in a can of prayer? Why not see a warrior? Why not your team now manage their affairs in the year? Bawumia and a can you can the concept of when the fundamentals are weaker, the stage rate will expose you. Now, and then so what can I say? Bawumia is always like a funny say a comedy be or cannot say Ghana baby I drono we mean business baby I drono you will danger me baby I drono who I will hear near hotel a dozen and yet baby I feel about me be a comedy and you want to be jokey others say we mean business. His Excellency John Mahama say or be creating employment or be cutting tax incentives and businesses are only interested. These are the things we want to hear. These are the things we want to vote based on. Bawumia say Sabah Mahama and Minya offer an alternative number. He has the opportunity or 1 year to turn things around. Make me throw challenge Ama Bawumia. So to me my dollar no ever back to 3.6 said the Obefa Nana will lie.
Yes, that is Madam Mary Awusi. And I'm in the and come more. I'm maybe a chum on the say, Bawumia to me my dollar and drop it and cover to Naba, my bow and Timia Manay and drop it. Now, in some way, and a nipan refer me to you say, Brana Obama is a catcher say, no king, no vote, no, you say, Acrony, the young Kumasifu in Niagro. And the man to say, Swami, constituency no, and this in the winner, but me in confirmation, it is alleged. Na say NDC ni wi ne aba so amedia e Kumasi heart dia ne na wo say mazifo no ka say no kin no vote ampa na yentie nsem bia Kennedy na epie nanim a okan I think say my network you know enshare wame sa. All right, so Messi, I get it back to you, but Yenche and Simbia a course, and maybe Chamu. Oh, yes, I didn't say Abayana then Hawk come a microphone, and a bubu nimu, and tea, Meshe Namasorti, that issue no out, Nayashe, and Sama Kennedy, on one being another day, a kind Yakutisa and Samono. Edi aba na ensemu ye kokoso no ohima kwa abonten enche mema ono so de ne output ana se nsem okoy onyaye no amanfo kan ni bia den aba betutwa ansan ya start se yafa mo course no ma hu se yes go frɛ I say yes go oba join live hello yes go Yami Adumbo, you are live on Rejoice Media TV. I need you, baby. I want to do echo.
Okay, so far, I think some president, the vice president, the friend, congratulating Mahama. I was very much impressed. So far, I'm driving from Dansuma and Jabetu Kamante.
Okay.
And yeah, I will go back and head of the room.
I
will be I can. The issue of the attack and some of my GBT, which is I am very calm.
I don't want Indiana.
Oh, Biaji, no, and the European to song their call you run and the bad. And about any very good day. I'm out for his NGC Atari and a crew. One on the can entire lesson. We were near the piano. Saka. We are sure that this is the case where we are. You know,
Empire.
on 35, now I'm just if you say 35.
No, correct.
And down here, I'm the video where you say, I mean, who's a not shooting the dinner, they're not going to see air cut there, but we are there. When I also get the time idea, we believe that right now, you know, left and right.
No,
you know that and I know that NCP, at the part you were, system you are, you're probably your own channel, left ahead of the state of it, in the public street, where public said, if you're going to tell them, you know, the money in the I mean, if you know to be carried over for only for my girl, and you see an answer about you. And if you can't get the car, I can't ask. And I'm saying because, of course, for more people, and more than that. If you are not surprised, you're trying to surprise some of the things on there. That's on the you or the county, you got brought down and said, oh, if you make the care, if you are 50% crowd, and after you are 1/3 of 50% yes, crowd NGC, every time said, I think 70% come. Let's behind them after this. Then after the started, they said to them to the Japanese, they say, no cancer, and when you are not in the young man, calm down.
Sure.
No one is that too. My friend, my husband, I was like, what is happening? And I was just, me, I was sitting back, but then my second man, now, you know, to the car for the black collection is good at here. And it is a man of faith. What was the reason we said? And they all survive. Are you sure I'm going to mean to be very calm? I can get it going to. Then not after all. Then I will have to have the Pokona bar, who do this now, you are born here 300 years, and you come back strong enough and what you kind of down. And I have also a thousand, and the after money. Now I tell you, why you really bad. Every time you go over a thousand, you got to do it. And when you go, and I can so far, let me get you, you are standing like that. And I'm your starting thinking, oh, the one guy said, someone is swimming, coming to the press conference, no? They don't become swimming. MDP press conference, no? And some of the kind of war, inside, no? Actually, said, oh, that is going to be captured. It's a son of Lucy.
Okay.
Because now, for a lesson, any press conference, the two Lucia, who have press conference, and I'm already now happening. And if you tell me that empty before you that kind of and you know, I said, and I can do that press conference.
I see.
Press conference, no? And I knew that I was doing so hard. And the man was talking, like I think said, he had nothing to lose. When too confident. Oh, but God says, after all that is happening, all that is happening, even though we are cool and this is usually like that, you know, why is not that or can want to make who is annoying that guy and not for the least month.
Sure.
And you can see friends there. Now, can you see award in 982?
I think so. He was actually referring to the figures, numbers and figures.
Yes.
Who's said, yeah, Mincho, and who said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Wama Grona, I say, and Tokwana media for Wamayanji, Jemwan, who say, you referees, I know. As a Wajai Kuntem. Now, you have to like even brothers, the power is that down. Why, then it's our brothers go for this guy. And I found the brothers of the cameras are you, and you're the I have my say, I have my you, can my you, who behind it, and back and whole you. I got it, who found you. Because at the end, you'll be able to who is the ringer, and run a million of ya, why not the other? The family.
Minirina, like the Jacko, the BNP will be a big deal, we get down results are all like, as the foot of the young, they say, then a president, and the police work for my day at the time. So, and the police work for my day at the time. We need that to the one by the time they are. And of course, you, I ran it ahead. And because you, I ran it, all you see.
Mahu se bie we ne no ase woni agye pa na kamenya bie kura nka mefra ba chenze ma tran line na wa busy
like NPP like the middle study that NPP in them
okay
that's to me.
Okay.
Last hour, as a minimum charge, it is just as a most of I think.
You mean for? Okay.
That so far, we mean that it's an item, couple fry.
Nakachi.
The whole to come with the process that I come this 4 months. On the and then find now you have to. Only 4 months, they just point down or an account. Before I believe that you and tell not the good price of why you do it. And then man tell me that you go down. They tell me you do not have ever. But you tell me that don't say yes, because of the stand, you tell me you can too much. You don't know. Only don't believe upon body trying to armor it. And I probably can have them. A problem of the kind of one is that anything that price for the time. I would have got my own ticket. That's a good thing. You're very good.
I see.
I think that and because you never be a human being, I don't think that if there are a lot of things I think that they go to see and to get from one and the corner, the form every side 69 years and is done as and you force it. Then I am not established and then go to the other after that, and you know what I said, and the great down to Yamu. It says we are one of the things that everything in Pakistan now they're not part of the second year. I bet they do the bar. I bet to credit for the next 4 years. It is good to have a part, take a put the a bar, we are sure that we are educated.
And that is official congratulate honorable BA Bakope Wabre, honorable BA Wabre. BA Wabremu. I think that near can in a provisional results are yet to confirm. I just say easy and I know I will confirm is. All right. Accra hono we say situation here calm kakra. I think say mom kwa asoro e kan ho. Na ehwe ni say bra MPP for lusu ye no. Kumase for the enyom nwanwa. Sanse amanfo frefre me say DJ ye ka kire say no king no vote. Me ba chew saa de na esi ye no. Ususu say take impact abano because me bo voice bia mo watie na watie asama Kennedy akopro kojakpo kan. Okay. Okay.
Because
No correct. Ah, party. The current government.
But you see, also now we are and so and some of the
and support it. And then correct.
That's my what kind of
Na chi se na ombetimi ayi bibia na osan komo ye abra otiso na nse na mato aba.
Exactly. And sometimes whether it's better fact. Now, ever now the better fact. The two are. Then, who is your agent? But if you know the 20 system, but no, almost like this, almost like now the 80% of the youth. Chabet, you know you got very good to Chabet. You do what master Chabet. Because the Chabet is the down of the ladder. What is the idea? Now they are in the same chapter you want.
And easy, and you skaketwa.
And he has not for the example. There was a day not me 10,000. I'm a old one. And I mean, money, but I think about $4 not good. And it's to tell you bank. No one bravo. No, I won't put no time in my mouth. Not going to say, that's a number of my fault, a new return of it. What is very after the and you never can not and the one you pass the Ghana.
Or you scan of 500 Ghana cedis straight away, e-levy.
So I mean, from Bang, after you leave after the Ghana year.
Not just a compound interest though, where your compound tax pa.
10,000. And not back one instant to Canada. I've been told to be about the the town double tax. When the very best America never resident, they said that.
What cut you as your sanity or tax? Okay.
All these things we are here now for Friday. That was the new offense. From one year, people, but I want to say,
na chisa apati na man for kasa tisi mu no e no kre okay. No correct. No correct. Okay. I see. Okay. All right. That was Yasko and any didn't come on to Yasko. I think say Bibia to form an army so at Ewaha. Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. And that is a wood na baby I will be a Rejoice FM page in CCM. So we could do any we can so be follow. We follow we ya just a videos and need any be could be on Saturday. Ebe can yes go and as say we need in common. All right, all the way from Accra, Yasko. ɛna ɛni yɛ di nkɔmɔ no na wɔso betumi afra ba dwumadi si number is 0240778682 0240778682 medin ɛde DJ Ike betumi afra social media ambassador na wɔso waba dwumadi no si na kyese bibia ɛde adadin na apatie sensi mu no ma me mo video no bi na tie me bo video no bi na watie na wahu ni nti a apati na eba no enye DJ Ike na me de ba yo na wanabo prophet akompreko e Japan ono ni pesu aso for the first time 24 years say 28 years obi anya ntimenje na yi ne da ni city da no wo asin central ni asin north no wa gini nyina na mo chemu ene fa ekodi NDC for ho se ofiri ho na NDC for asin akwakojo ma de kire ona boke ne Japan ni tumi ana wo MPP mu amanfo ka chense sebi onim kasa onim kasa nti president di emfata no ene mutie na asema okan
I am boldly and confidently telling you today, Samutuapa, and your mistake from Martin as a power. Opposition is just staring at you.
Kennedy said, Kennedy, say, obey my penny and my pen, I will say, quiet ideas in any sweep farming. Now, we should see him and him out the phone or the regions. Your walk, it is as I said, Yantam, the why you find your tree. And so back I have one assassin, a man who come out for assassin. Your would be treated to trade the new assassin for 2 billion. Assassin, I hope it's too many family do 10 each day. And so do so on my assassin now say flats and so you find your tree. Kennedy says, what the big Kurama can you for a back if it's a back a crash is on the page my Umumba view, Afi, a little bit of ground for me. I won't cry, I didn't make an airport. It's if you man them say, pay to my in my quiet. And then she didn't say one second.
The order of the day is turning around. When northerners are migrating to the south to look for greener pastures under my administration. Because of the arable lands in the 5 northern regions, I will create industries in such a way that southerners also migrate to the north to look for jobs. I am boldly and confidently telling you today, Samutuapa, and your mistake from Martin as a power. Opposition is just staring at you.
Yes. This is the time me Canada comproko Japan. Sa railway or any baby or in Ashanti region. Railway or no Ashanti region. Prempeh Square. Assembly Hall or sa showdown walkway. Na sada na oka se delegate mu ye mistake na mkokoto aba. Mo beto aba ne o, mo beji sika no na so opposition is staring at you and isi nyan collective result 10 collation centers kra nya mai. Chese 5% kra nya mai isi nya so MPP for lose election. Yara hosem ni di kan enye se bia metia se mani agi na me be kasa huru MPP for bo da bida. Menye sa yenye ni sa obabia nambum eye nokra bia eba mre bia yenum bi yesori di akire ne ka say no honorable Canada comproko Japan asama wa Canada eje say ye prophecy pan odi to prophet honorable Canada comproko Japan asama wa Canada prophecy ena o ka manfo muntie delegate muntie emabunu so o me campaign emrewa bi so o me campaign amanfo to talk cars from USA ebe ye campaign di ama MPP for free almost da bi yempe ye pe 400 Ghana cedis ana save ebi mu enya MPP fo nyina kokoji ye na mo de kokoto aba no na before so mo koto aba na Kennedy cancer ansem wo yi wo yin showdown bi anu aka wo yin showdown bi anu aka wo yin showdown bi anu aka Kennedy die ana mo si showdown ha anti baby o ka so be ma o mampanyi kufo memo nanado memo showdown ye nkone nkokohwe ye nhwa and this is the day I no moto aba Honorable Kennedy akopro Japan o moto aba bi de e no ko ho na manfo hu no mo so showdown and say otu obi na e friend showdown man na ye Kennedy akopro Japan e friend showdown man what you say enti ono no di kan nsem wonyina di gumu se Ghana fo buafu MPP fo amobuafu omo ne se aba no de wi ade na akọ no nyese Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia nye gudo but amanfo bi akoka be ka no enti se mu tusu obi o wa aban mu aye nto aba ma no anka ye ka se nkai bia edin aban da so wa aban so enti wo na ye president vice president na se wa aban wo so a still you still have the audacity to me ekitaw out me ko honorable be you say wo constituency be you say for we adwuma you can still do that and then a convoy be any obi any bi apatasi ogi ni say ye nyina pepepe ye nto ase na ntie se mo kan
I am boldly and confidently telling you today Samutu Aba any mistake who am trying to make the power opposition is just staring at you
na yi bisa Kennedy say Kennedy say o bele mapani na mabe na be wo se
24 he lost that election 2020
enti ahasu na ono so san kokosi su ka say ye koto aban na say ono nya Kennedy a ono no pese oje aban ni si ho anka ono no president odi na ono minister cross ompe but o hwa MPP ko opposition enti MPP for mumwa me na menji party ni si ho mumwa me na menji party ni si ho se mo amwa me a ene mon forget you aban ye lusu 2022 wasi se mo amwa me amanya nye party ni si ho a ene mon forget 2024 because abana ye koto no aye nyanto ye lusu 2022 asama Kennedy akompro Japan e kan ye ti asama o kan ti asama o kan nyame na make wo de ti
yinti Kennedy
ti wo de ti
2024 election MPP lost that election 2022 I repeat election 2024 MPP for you lost the election in 2022. Why? And when I said, you know, it's a businessman all the way to the Toronto Summer. It's a casino down the floor for working.
enti aha na obeka say nyema Ghana MPP lusu abani nie 2022 normal anko yie normal ko chew kakra de ma MPP even though some bomb modern enti sa amne na man for form ho adwen say masa abani e betu de tia MPP enti sa MPP fo am form ho adwen na ni manim ya man ko hu nkrofo na oman pa chew no man fa Kennedy abegina mo no na non with a loud voice na kan che Ghana for say Ghana misremo momwaye munyesi ya mwanhwa mubedi mudokono kwa because abano mulusu in 2022 mulusu abano in 2022 enti se ye kanisi ya na Ghana for motibi kanisi ya na mu Ghana for na me mba ko owo US amehwesa kamenya na me na di nkombara ni se US by this time bia no anaju da suom anaju da suom na so me say wetimi afa mo US ene ne patam no mesra obetimi ajoini anu ajoini ha na ye di enkomo no ato aso Mr. Takra nanka ono so be join but wantimi na nche bia mema Linda de ne stake aba ansana mapie afri studio ana makwa abonti because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia match na a dead match match na a dead match we Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wo lusukura o de nka tenase jamoto na njichi wa de ne ho nche na faji fans kakra masa na oji tum simple sa hadin Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia pa adena ana jichi ho nche kakra o my adena bebe simple sa na say amantokwa no ne kwanya de bisa amana kwanya de also ultimate jiji hunche. Aha, oyo jiji ntokwa no hunche ananka emu ayede. Na mehwe se menye Grace na mabisa ne se ni krum wona no ma ekose. Mabisa ne se ni krum wona no ma ekose na de we a esi baby a ko baby ezu Ashanti region MPP NDC has taken over. NDC has taken over. And say baby a wo bia no. Now we MPP ni a now opposition pacho especially DC for no. We DC a na ya obi anye wadwuma firu semo. Ya ji wadwuma firu sem. We DC, we MP, we minister. And na ya wadwuma ba end. First now until police for near CJS for ball ho ban and na ya Jeffrey sem hwim. Ya Jeffrey sem. Sa position na amanfo bi te Kennedy akompreko Japan ebo ho ban. Aso mo se mompene enti ni akwakosi no. Me yese menye Zito na me na di nkomo ba matra Zito number na Zito entimi mfa me call. Matra number na entimi mfa me call. Ahafo ne ne mpatam na atin se asore ne ka ho. Na prophet Abi spiritual Abi e kan se NDC be we ne. Ono wasem yo kan 2021 2022 osansi so 2023 osansi si so and 2024 begin osansi si so na nanu ya prophet Adusu so be kan de say MPP ebelusu o ya MPP ni a ono okoto na abakro beto ma MPP na so still ono ni na butuafo nyina to ma MPP kura MPP belusu cause spiritual realm na Mahama take lead and number 8 number anodin papa na azuka eche bo se NDC MPP we ni a normal baye no ho no manfo ntwaja ntu no muntini ande so be twaja to no ono anu mu so ono an se baye din enti na ne mu no enti so amefo no I declare
you lost the election in 2022. Why? And when I see you know, it's a businessman all the way to the one summer. It's a kind of work.
Hey, Kennedy also so we are prophet too.
There was 1 month in MPP.
Yes, so I think say Manya Grace or her on so all the way from Eastern region. Hello Grace.
Hello.
Ezu. Na ede na eko. Sa. Na manya ntiyete chama untume eye wo fada a ono no ye NDC chairman. Wo fada wo NDC chairman na wo ye den. Aha, manya ntiyese wo tuchire gu ni trim sa de na ekoso wo fada. Aha, fama fada na me ni din komo. Hello.
Hello.
Chama untume ba akopɛ.
Yo, untume ba akopɛ.
Ezu. Hey, manya ntiyese ho de waji ba bia fa na ne emfacha election mo start ye no na wo gidi so mba wi ne e de ntina mamoni agi so sa
oh me say ne ya me so de amamoni su kona ne tu de ni amchira wo ho enji na mi de ba me de bia and this be me said amchira wo ya and this amamu say na dollar aya 1 cedi na o hete se dollar ko duru ni se de niamo bo su ko so ni adana na amchira wo ho
okay na motu a motu se abayi koye bana Dr. Mahmood Bawumia babo ntibe ka se wani nua panyi John Dramani Mahama o man congratulations me ba che se na mo fa message no
me omuka to obekata na me nse do go ti dan se oni hia obekata se eno anu ne kata obekata se ono ha se dia dinu ya ene ma dinu ne se do ma ne ta ko ka se ya obawa me ntina do ti se ono ade na mu se de dia no wali su ntina san na me se to ba oba ka no kan sa nti
say hwe Victoria Mahama enyan ya a chense first in history say isi nyambo aba na half krampo na obi age atum say ono walusu no na otumi say ano odin ebra mo bayi edian nema be na Ghana fo hwe anim say mbetumi abaya na say die mo de mo ba betena so keke no mo so mosen asoro akosa
ya mama transfer die say die Ghana fo hwe anim say first in the ka bana
Eleven no. Free level 100. Okay. I see. And then they mean say Grace obe wi akoko mu a che say chama utumi awe ni election dey na just be wi e ba che she adofo na mabu na mo ho a se be on beji omani abro so e kwakofa pira ne oyi ni aba na sembe na osan ka chiro mo
oh de maka je enkunje Ghana na enkunje enti obi antu ba go hia unia obi ayo unia enkunje na ba ma Ghana na nti obi mfa de yonkon atan anaso bi emfa ho ye bi a e do ha ba ni na interest bi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's so we need in common. I be sense about Chibim. Hello, Grace. Ezu. I don't know who say she. Me we never bow down. Matthias, you dey kwa bonta na from my update no why. Po. Oh, my member ko. Why they say oh and I just say of mommy all the way from East region and anything come on. And no ni father ya NDC chairman so ati ase na so support NDC eh hu anodin so of mommy me na metete oto ha no na menya me pese me call Rejoice na me ni prof edi nkomo kakra ati say Rejoice omo update bi om de me hwe say ni ekoso yemize benya video call na enhwe ne yekoso ewo ebono ne patamu ne enhwe ne yekoso ankasa yeden ewo ho ebe free prof na yeni no adi enkomo kakra ho ne yati se ne yekoso ahafo no ede ana enye de manya tie se ona bu bia we ne enye certified results but then provisional na say bi awe ne dia na che se obo adwuma so what you say. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. I think say I busy kakra. Enti ye beba later on yakwa free prof ahafo mem na ye de ni oho abro. Yes, enche mema Grace abejan also the update o kwa abontin kunya ni nsema amanfo ka no de abre ne ahwese eja ezu amanfo eto aban de man PP anamanto na yenkokuti ono so ne taxi ede ewo ne ekokuti ono so ede ni taxi ewo ni ahwe okwa abontin no normal ekoso ene ni okukunya ya ode ebaye ewo ho na abato na ekoso ne dia se Dr. Mahmood Bawumia ndokwana aye simple amain ndokwana ana yempe ne simple sa ana yempe ne simple sa bato amana aye simple dodo Dr. Mahmood Bawumia man ndokwana aye simple enti yebekwa kutie yenu aba na yahwe ono so koe no nie esi ya amanfo keka ewo so for mame me ba che okokuduru ye no edi eni siye ma tifo enti no mo ho update na yede ewo ho na before say be kono ho no yenti asem Kennedy akomproko Japan ekan ninsem na yere reference etu no yenti ninsem ni bia okan ana say machine fo na omokoto abana amanto ama MPP no yenti asem a omokan yenti amu no eto abane editi a MPP amanyuku no
Hajia, we didn't get now say for
Deeper the journey. But Ubamazin Yassia, Obrea, Fremi Hajia.
That is a Hajia Bacope. Hajia, me pato, Kaudi, ever can say Dr. Mahmoud Bomias Oban and Gramophone Obama Mutikramufuna and Tomano. I didn't know the what you saw on a book in Japan side.
I, Obia Chusuba Umia, but Obi Hobeka saying Cremophodi and Combe. Nipa kobe chusu ba omia ananso me de minimne ken betimi aya mayen minim eni da so a ne o nani so ofe so oye mayen ntina me chusu ken se me vote ama ken minim se ken ni ho de a me hade anya de me vote
no ma be na wo se ken Japan ba be di president betimi aya bo man kana ama wo wadia moto
your president incoming president ken ba me gidi se betimi abebo abie enwuma me am dina se ma wie school maba mazin asem be page my bet me nya adwuma anya so me se ken ba obesiti bie enwuma bre ama me nso metima be nya bia ye
I see. What you want to who say we are my a Lebanon. Now, Omotiam vice president, Omotiam president. Kennedy Crumpo, the one calling chain, and one train letter. Facebook, and I'm going to take it or perform by. And Timmy Pacho, a brow test answer. I'll perform by. How did you feel? We are banning so many.
Oh, I felt very, very pity for them. Besides, a harm because. And look, I said, be says because in Kenya, Hassan Kenya, they don't to Panko baby. I'm out Omako Casa here the same. And Yadi and Casabisi. And so intimidated passes I can't, but they are Sanya Marina, many having sent me to Panko Crofu. So in Sagana, enemy crew. Until the second, will bet me up boy. I name a P and Yadi will be a beer and I didn't so be a baby. I'll pay you. I bet me at no crew. I Mama wants to me back. You're successful in life.
We beat you. For your house, and so house and your Otipan, I'm a crammer. A Sunday I will catch on away the business. I will kind of house them the actual.
Okay. Now, tell my young wife and Muslim Duka. I do, but I vote to my honorable Ken. Don't most years old. Yeah,
Oh, him, needy can remember about the Joyce Video TV so. And Okwabon, didn't see. Come Cacranet, no funny.
In the Pebby be the mammy. And that's here for him, Mamma Papa, about Joyce Media TV so. We didn't know him up to say free in a major. The Quabon to go first and your chrome, aye. Okay. And Kawaka. I didn't know what they're coming here. Oh, I'm in teenager. A whole dynamite has a meeting Yakobia. No, can say, I didn't dear, a young farmer too, and say, I led, but Moose and your name come on it, dear. You're out, your former president, Mamma, beats me a fat. Is it about me? I jet to me, teasy when you jet to natural fire. No, Cassay, or one answer, one never pay a mistake, a crabby. But me mistake. Yes. Okwabon ti asema mo kan no. Oka mo say. Omo hu ne se sempo san na tie kra na ka twen emem bo wie. Se see the times na easy for ba na ka say MVP na nya ya be ka se awiem. Because what the can dia tum dada. Into what do mo kan say. I want so ahwe me hwa me no mo ya agen. Sir. Because I don't find me the seminar made about nyan kan wie. Okay. Into se say o kan wie na table ne so ten ya den na me kan. Ena na me ka say Dr. Mahmoud Bomiama agro na ye. I say I dead match. Sanity. Also ka we na media na yeso so ho. Ya de to ho ne. Na man for Freddy je kosen. Basen. For me keep man for in suspense wo hu. But man na ye falama. But eno so na detention but because a man for be for hu. Ah. Because the way I this for na aggressive no massa.
Anano Odin. And run a job, most ballot papers, ballot box of cast, or more than man for Chese.
I'm not panning your message, because I say, Chim Kwana so baby, you must see papers, as I say, you're not going to find accountant.
A ghost to ABC. I think say, ye menyan is a baby brave. I think say Dr. Mahmoud Bomia pass on G. And a mass I didn't see because, and run as you say, BC Yama, and the Nipa me no after wiring. Ashram Quanti, I think say Asunji. And to me, a right call, until I'm at much be an idea.
Understand.
And now we are pulling agent to Crumpuna, Miss used to say, Uber, you are just out to change, and so now coffee vow party. It's the women say, BCBiano, Massa, 1 year, I just Uber 2 boys, and I just say, 1 more magia to I think say a right call. Now, quite an Indian course of my update.
Yeah, for this book, I say, not coming with the Akuba too.
Hey,
Sana Mitsina may be no say. You said no to me, but can't say he has been sabotaged in a dear. Said they never make a cup on a dear. I have a funny on my cocots. Now, I must say, an aquam be the aqua de easy cocoa. By all means, but can you didn't say the more could do courts of a dada? Sir, no munas or anything. Omunya says, so happy beyond any could not buy ballot paper. Now, the 2 now on snail to a nearby back for the let's a question. Not just easy fan. Why do you say, Obegun and Massy? I am in an aquam be the aqua. On face in cocotte. Or Mumechim Yentia Memecotoa by Mamma. Name to about a security macron put to about more family. And I say they are the Hoka Kana. And any day vote immunity also. Definitely. And to always want to say, they ran to not just always Muguna warrior. Nobody say on one Casatuma, but with me on Mr. Metsay. There be a good to some person Muguba and Anaqua be the Aqua warrior. I didn't bet me to confusion more anyway. Yes, definitely. You appear compare. I dare be few. Miss Matuetia Mukunu. Ghana for one dear. I'm so called to have a baby. Nana kwa be dia and me support no fa Ghana for East in Cocoa. What can you say for sa? Oh, on form ko. Na minim se sa na tie. On se na boys mi pia ni no mo hurum. Cheddar no, cheddar nto ama no ho. Cheddar no, cheddar nto ama no ho. A new force. Na yere kura nto ama no. Na me say, what are these people saying? Na me wunim say me obi a me nso so nsem so. O kan se na e fa me ho kura se mante. Na me yimi na me na baby. Enti o mo kan se ansem no say cheddar nto ama no ho. Cheddar yera nto ama no, cheddar security nto ama no. Enti omo keka sa ansem na me yimi ni na me twam boko. Enti na me we a wo be kan kire say nana kwa mbedi akọ mfa AC nkokot. Onfo mo nko ho. Omo nkirem. Uti. Se ne ballot paper no. Serial number also. Omo nyi ne ballot paper no mra. Omo nyi ne yere de mra. Na yenhwem. Because a unique identity. Abapia otu ye bia na obia de ye behu. Me de say ne ya me pema aba de ya adura mehu. Because omo hwe me ma aba to paper no so a ID card so betimi hu paper me de meto ye nti sa na tie de a nana kwa mbedi akome pacho fa EC court fa electoral commission court na omumfa abana mra bonten ye hwe ne ono no to ma no ho no ye hwe ne ye so to ma no simple. And the Beyonce so here Ashanti region Hanoma ye that say I have MPP stronghold Kesepa. To say the Indisabi. But they say the Antisan. Nem say from Muno, do ne case, no more than a question. Say MPP are binding your mother binti or Modiana come up prepare honorable Kennedy Japan. Sir, flag bearer for MPP. And then a man somebody jaw before Mututia or more. If you cross an in 1 pound for Hong Kong. No question, you almost say they will drive an inmate in Koya. Drive and quay animate in bed. It's not at least almost for mating in work. I can name for Kennedy. I compare when they may room and nothing else on what is our dear and Trabano because 10 out no form of massive. Not to say, Kennedy, as some more can say MPP, so man to suno delegate muye mistake. Namoko to a bar. And then I say, no more draw the battle line, say. MPP lose, not just say no correct. The custom, we were a prophecy, or a prophet, and can never. And you can't be a prophet because as some now kind a young papai, and yet you will make me. I ain't seen your kind. I'm a mediana, Ayana, I danced the home here. I danced the home here. You see, I danced the intina. Doctor could run with jump. Sir, no, old doctor to know when you bed, a bit too everyone. Sir, okay. Yeah. So there's all through from dancing here. There were butchers. They're dancing in the way. Oh, them way.
Eti me boy ama Ghana for unity asama. Honorable Kennedy akopro ko Japan okai. Aha Kennedy on the screen so no. Na sama okai ni. Na sama okai ni.
Election na ya 2024. MP before we lost the election in 2022. Why? And we are sitting on a businessmen all the way to Toronto Center. As you can see, Ghana for working. And we are going to try to fall at a point. And we will see that thing every 15 years. For my phone working. And we are pension for as you can see, for my phone working. And the time we are on my bed now. Ghana for you want to do some more casano. For my phone working again. Tomorrow, Muslim. There is one man in MPP. I can't afford it. If you give me the law, I'm going to vote for you. My name is a member of party. And who is a police station? And what would you say, Chairman from I am boldly and confidently telling you today, opposition is just staring at you.
So be a prophet to Ghana. Oh, go to Michelle come accurately. Age Naso. Eka say I am confidently and boldly telling you and it's our prophet no 2024 election no prophet odi kan prophesize here Canada because what has more kind no who dey at your for mutie
I am boldly and confidently telling you
tie ahanko Minyahu prophet bi o Ghana ha o ka say I am boldly and even not against the crump or you shall come NDC no want me and can say or can all the impomato even Reverend Wusu Bempa or ka say Nyankopon when nyame anim favor or Sunday or my national son or no current me ngina so anka say I am boldly and confidently telling you the opposition is staring at you and now mama baba no you see I'm one man, I'm be a jet too. Enti, but oh, honorable Japan, me only me aji some son konti sorry.
Pa, mamma papa ne ampo, no crane me quarter so rank beboa.
Anka be kona sorry me. Church of no nonsense.
Church of no nonsense. You know that's say, e my mama party di kan ati no.
O ma di kan ati no. Sir, any a PhD church. PhD. And then PhD church. But MPP for be so yo mo yo.
Oh, no credit, no credit dear before the brabemabu. It's a man be kwami pia ba na kuma yedi pa no credit. Na kuma yedi.
Na mwana mo se monto. Na mo lusu bia.
No. It is a man so want to mean so expect say the other party na nya. So what on common see you. Na me say no na mesre ne say eja NDC for no we dey no sebo sempo. Enfan say manya. Ni jenia na yesama tene ma bi so. Because the boys need the pragia ni moto ni je wo kwan mu na.
E wo kwan mu ho no.
Me come extra be
na nya. Ore fi 2020. Okada ye.
Di okada ne pragio is o pragio.
E okada for na win election we you nti masa allow them to be. Oh na say unim say abaya bia we ni obi ye di be fa ho akosi obi. Obi be fa ho awu.
Yeah na it doesn't make sense. When it na chese kumi e bia na nkofa wona wani adu bia onam ne baby na esan akosan no. Na ya na misu ho nipa na wo ye na ade na woten na wonte ente na ja ndisi fo mpanyimfo mu youth organizers ni ade no we so mo mpeso so ho na youth na se ni je na bro so na mo aha bibia du no na de wo mama tete ne ma so kakra na wo se bo ne de nim se mo ana hinche no ma fa so a ebi nyempo ye vice adjatu na de no e de ni ho asem bia e de
na che se o ye MPP ni
ye me nto me ankasa na ba no
wo de waje atuma
me to bi kwa na se mitrim
wo waje atum
me nkan ne sa baton se na me
wo de mami tie me prophet no one more time. The only one person who has consistently fighting NDC. Nani we mami hu se Canada Japan we be ma pa o.
We be ma mu.
Na woni se Collins Dauda empesu aso. 2020, 2016. Only timi free asen central. No abesia ko Collins Dauda empesu aso. Akwa ko gina ho akoye campaign. Abra ho ye no go area.
Ono do so hwi onani adin.
I think say ho na okwa ne maame ye friends ne maame ye free mu.
Man na ni adin na say MPP for be na eden.
And I just said, free NDC for who's over free now. Some mamma, you can work or see Bahama de Bomia de Onion March be anti Momia de Obuquaco setting for the Namaka say, Mr. DJ just play the song and let's go.
Because people mean business. So what yes, people mean business.
But before your campaign.
Campaign do maje, no credo maje.
And before your campaign, papa.
But I don't know. Muni pano mudije mudine chini ye beto eduum no. Won sa for say US kwan.
Tinachi se sika se ma tina no mudi achire.
Eh, obi pepe ho ade o.
Eh, Kennedy wo se say.
I am boldly and confidently telling you today, Samutuapa, any mistake you are trying to make in the power, opposition is just staring at you.
Me raho, yenye for Jumadi and Bravi and Quabont. Was a oh, I just said MPP as an American. Professor now Kennedy the buyer. Maybe they say Obiani say me a Kennedy supporter. And I win. Oh, new Ghana First Movement. Strong member pa. And say I campaign my Kennedy and India. About all the say Ubeshi and why she obey you and way you know. Aha, maybe the amenition na man you know. Nyanko Pompe. I say Yena supporting an aqua media kono. Kennedy teacher for no about 60% and a corner na kwambe diako. Yes, cheddar entino hona Kennedy mekano hona say. You trimra. So what you say, aha. But then Nina Muno MPP campaign yebo LDC campaign yebo. Entino your baby or baby ni biano. So what you say, aha. But the machine we are man for
the blessing no. The blessing no. I know more.
Na first time I saw me.
Swami. Ya even say it there, listen the kind. MPP they tell from man, so I feel dear. I'm on my venture.
What's that feel my I very venture woman. And then I can see.
They be a council power when interesting to you. I'm sank MPP for living now, so see. Send a Kennedy can I'm sanka. New say.
But there be almost so Nimkasa.
Why nim kasa Kennedy?
I'm Kennedy Japan nim kasa.
Oh, nipa wo bia wo ye outspoken bia hu ni sasa na ni ade wonye but entesa. So what I say nipa do bia ade wo say ye de nipa na ni ade nyenye am. Enye omo ase omo tolweti na ase omo ase omo sa ade no.
Okay.
Na Ghana for no hu ni say sabi man nim kasa na se na no yare da bi.
Okay.
No kwa wo yi no e preko pe no waka. Muka ma ho meka sanity.
Entinachi senka omu tie Kennedy kakra bia.
Credit e ba ko pe. Committee afa ne simple.
Na woni say Kennedy Crawford be consistently from day one oman support MPP.
Ah, me say omu hu say ne mebo banana amu nyina 10 ye omu 10 of price. Omu chi omu hu.
Boy ba ko ye friend Frank Adani ono ene Nyankopon abo na otime kopi won oman kronkro USA mu. Okopi heaven na onde also obesia ba ode omre. So say about Frank media makache say me say Frank wa ode wa ya ko hwe USA kura bi ase o. Ma ha Frank can say bi na yenti insem kakra o kan enana bi.
And you mean him said the IGP and the men. before the ABU, NDC for a winning seat. No, I said Dyson. Eye Adanse Asokwa, KT Hammond, Oluman Bugi, and so a losing seat. On the
yes, KT Hammond, dear Odi can the tour, and I'm shame. Uka KT Hammond. On the car say, and Mabunu, your body sick, Yansan be yeah, about you say the Fugu high. Now, this is Nipa or Cansama. Asamba kwa bekano. What the papa be you and found because a man for aye eager, a man for comedy, a man for news NDC, MPP Banamuka, some be creating Jima Mamro for baby.
Sanity.
And your phrase in two motor about my MPP. A year, a Juma.
Yes, youth employment is so come
Naku for no. So I didn't see any NSS for us or Muncher into your Mukano. I didn't say one of the tenor. MPP pa one of the thing MPP pa na me say KT Hammond na lose pet na only say wako parliament wono I think say almost getting to 24 years wache ho pa
na woni ne wo kan
wache ho eti obi a wache ho parliament say na etimi to abatu no de
it's not easy say ne madame I feel a farm for say de raps her farm perform
enti wo de enti asema Frank Katoaso
Odwene ho a onte ase enti o se yenko recounting na alata moi ye twa no over
Frank de odi na chia besere era na agrobe no
e de rusa se mutuma na papa na ho aye se de
sa
tata na e ba no
ena mo yene sa oh
no ani sa go ni bi edi
dabi
ene awu Ghana
wo si wo yene say
sa so mutuom alata bete toi
oh sir e to do nsa show motom se na wo yene say ene sa agro man ni bi
ene DJ aki awu Ghana
o da mo e wo mi ankasa me moja na mfiri Ghana
ba ni peduani free ha
ni dabi ni peduani nyina mfiri na me ate na mte a
hum na tu
oh tam no so abehu enti na che say sa lata twetwe ni bi no no ka enti o se KT Hammond mo ko recount o qualify Chese Kennedy 2 no to wan rufie kura eno matu MPP
so bi ampe de pe no no ho de aye be dey
oh sir
mom pe na there's no need say e be say dey want to the sebanch no
and I just say ade no I crazy ade na I crazy ti I think say
MPP lose the seat
and I say no social form abo bia dey boni bi
masa omunya hwe form omunya hwe
eni aye de ono osudo to osuno ba ko na da form
me pa cho osuno de ontinto okotwen no ho kakra na ohwe Dr. Mahmoud Bami ate no so no o chi akakra oni se bia oto
form na so osuno ba ko
me nya hu ze chama untumi agi atoma me nya ngi ntumu
na boss the boss himself say ya ba form
David hu se ponko bi wo a wonya ntwi ni da enti se o chi akakra oni se wato form bi but now that's what I want
because nani kwa so odi kan ka say na nyime ko bone ka say na odi ya e be ka say awiem
but difference na ko 2 million no
it doesn't matter
but the thing is MPP4 system maybe for purpose of education MPP4 system am the quality election and na NDC4 will be ba MPP4 dey na hye NDC na MPP kura na kirema NDC afiwi omotimi quality ade ni bi because omoye but omonye na accurate say na sa MPP wo lusu a wo nim figures na wo lusu ni nyina o we ni a wo nim figures a wa we ni nyina enti Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ba abonte be ka se wo lusu no na che se MPP4 aye adwuma akoleti bibia e den aha awie enti aten se ye be ka se ye be da Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ase so wama asunje aba o my Ghana mo because no bia hwe se election e be cost sen but I think say o ma bibia da din na KT Hammond ne amomulusu ni dia no wodi
John Dumelo and ohwe seat akese a ene mebobọ so akireo a nanka eye no go area for NDC or any other political party na NDC ya win this seat no ene Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ejina hefa as I am speaking with data and information that I have. Yewura John Dramani Mahama is leading by 56.47%, followed by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, 41.39%. 3.15%, and others 2.38%. Now, Mamma Mominsum, Emma IGP, Dr. Akufu Dampare. Why, ya dear Papa, no Krinya.
IGP, modern more wabono over the year. Say a ordinary JCB Nanka, a police for Anya Butro, no maybe one can be said Nipa Moguno. It also be brave, but I think say or more on in Colano above Modi. And IGP, DBM Casse. A Jumano, won't say it will be already a Sumano.
The one will be there.
Ah, what you wouldn't say, or Francasa. Until a Juman de Wayadi.
Wayadi, because Osho was a crime incident, see, ya, and no crying. I said, citizen and us on the near then came to suggest from a Kubia crying a day, and Toninsa. No crime. Moya, they are fluid in Ukraine. I'm saying Nippon me a victim of him, say, gunshots cry a crabby. And also the Anaya swording. It's a fluid, them said peace, and a woman can say, Juma. Internet IGP do 2 or no.
Now, a dear beam now some carbon to me, and I am fire Juma didn't brave you, and I am carbon to Nessie and Comican, Dr. Mamundo, to me. I say, a changeman, so could it them in day. Don't say, oh, bow no send the end is that I did to go. Because also Munyabo, oh, no. I will walk comfortable on me, and a town of Sopoka crana. You will not send if you can a case. And so peace never in an arcane. So what I say, it's an end this for no. Monya would say, and in Genevieve, it's a some multiple, send you more yano, want to 10 year massacre. And my nest, I will go on another way saying, I could sign with you. Okay, citizens, they don't say. But medical declared dear, or more the best Diano, Mahama fat. No, I'm a fat. About your mamma fool. Mamma fat. Ah, I'm going to make Kaipa. And it's for fear of my epidemic. We feel my bow, a jack of one can get some. No smoke for Jimmy. Oh, very inconcrete. So one day also be a view. Sir, and in Coconk and get any banket and get any an apple. The banket and get any an apple. Aye, and if one can get it. Oh, maybe so. This is also quite young Coconk and get in beside the Uncle getting it in the banket and get over the end. Only for the silly padding, penny pound to our was heavy. And 2 penny banket and get it. Ayo, and you mean to meet them. At your fortune, also strive no much Nadia Mamma or him a carbon in Union or the Abraham. Maybe a bill will be my out of my tea for an. Oh, you say them said, no, Becca can send a DJ kind of Kojahomica Canessa ballroom and cost soon but for a dinner. Your Hunie, to stand about them where they are. Now, and then as I said, met you beat me up for one. As was the behead. And what is it we do the other head days? I found my son with you. Oh, quite so as one sandwich. Okay, say it will lay me. So, what's I say? Ah, and also, where your own do Kulumu. Say, I don't want to come in for. Okay. Okay, and you feel Christmas and obey dinner. Okay. Oh, okay. Come A plus are in election. Assembly now can they for A plus again? Oh, A plus is assembly DA. Well, in your they never can. You never say congratulations, maybe and I yes, and no credit. So po, farmer. Okay. Oh, Conasa man for a doubt, no. A doubt to say, come A plus between me and I want me win it. What is A plus could you independent? No, so very. Everything is possible. Everything is possible to beat me. Possible na young can abandon or consider no. It is possible, dear. And then I can't almost your mountain, but a word I have yet. So what as you'll be ten that a word that I did be was but you see, I lose it. This is possible. It's nothing is impossible. What I see. Said that name said any dear. But cheddar some lady means one fan court. You see, the business of one year promoting the who supports the court. Young man can say, one puts them in a ring, but they can't pray. It is that they end to almost person who good and massacre. A young Guasian and one person also sabotage, a certificate time and no for accreditation money agent. It started one day decided not to give accreditation. For money agent, who could very police stations at cheddar. Agent crying a day, in you, obey them or who say about what we know winning. And think I can agent to a while. Uncle Muya by from to go home. Nay, then I make a to Abama, made it to Abama, we to abame na mo ka cheze minya ba akopɛ
na wo kai we ba
woni so mo di bi ye
ɛna nka me bɛka sɛ fa ko zindium mala na Ghana for time mala mbele na me manzo tame ɛtina ɛyɛ no man
ɛyɛ confusion fɛ sɛ mo create it to
ɛsɛ o so ma area wu they are still moving on
omo hwɛ cheda yere kura ka chi omo hwɛ cheda yere ka kura de begina hɔ a de beto aba na chese omo so mu se cheda no bema bebe to ka ma o chese hammer pa Benz o ba na chese light gina na aka se meto atu ya mikunu
ebia na fa na nto ama no ho me de ebia no na wa hu na du tim ba o mia
ati fo o hwa no asosra no ahye o hema pese me nya asem so oboa o ye de me ntimi nya asem e de na cheda e ma ye
pressure forward pressure forward gamze mu dere utimi kwata
cheda no pressure mfa no misro
sana hu
pressure mfa cheda
pressure mfa no go so no mo ko
me kura na me support so mfa nko me see me the issue no be court
one person personal de be ko
me de be ko
ntida mo ye di pa go sindu nsimu a o ye so no
na me nyante ye na me sua fe na mate me ma ye the EC officials na court omofa na aba no mra omofa ni serial numbers no emra na yenhwe oh yentra wiase ngu nipa ni masesa because so what and so what you don't gain anything from this so only me children ati for a weather must say muni di dwuma na as time goes on no ye ni mo ebedi nkomo na yesan so am update no ye wo no so what I say ohima ade na ode pray no o my feedback ni update no na manfo so ani ade aje say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia timi aje atum say wadi nkuguo wadi yawe eno ano no Canada compro ko Japan ha and na wakasache delegate ade be chiama na koto aba.
He talks about digital. Let me tell you something. Me call Western North tie omo so omo economists mun tie tomato seller is the best economist I've ever seen. One polling station woman organized a cash and say, Honorable, maybe one ma into about. Nam so what day? Was it first a bucket of tomatoes and now the 10 cedis. And then the same quantity no me the 50 cedis. Me get to ashi into me nya jumanye me tifie. Economist he's been able to analyze it. The cost of 10 cedis tomatoes about 3 years ago now is 50 cedis. And she needs more money to go and buy. She doesn't have it into her TV. Sa mami we. Wakotoaba, does she understand the guitar? No. Please, mumi yankano grow. I'm painful. Western North. Tie. Omo so mo economist. Mun tie. Tomato seller is the best economist I've ever seen. One polling station woman organized a cash.
And then me person
honorable media one ma into
na makwakoye interviews ahodo na me pese me nko Accra Tema na me nko hwese menya na Hima na ono so de ni takes aba betudwa na ne yekoso no. Hello Nana Hima. Good morning. Where the facha me mandiki amama ne Rejoice Media TV me friend anka ja yedi nkomo kakra. DJ Aikine me friend anka yedi nkomo kakra o Hello Nana. Hello Nana Hima. Okay. Where the me Nana Hima to so all the way from Tema. Ono and one of the great supporters almost supported Kennedy esanso be supported Nana Kwame Diako. Bra Kennedy kase say MPP for ye mistake to abana opposition wait for mono want no Nana Hima me say mo akwa ba Rejoice Media TV so me ba cho bibia boko de Nana Hima we de tifo nyina tio na yakwa akoto abana isi kura nyanka nwie so mahu se party ba kwa agi atum se walusu aseme na wo kan dia fa ho
ata me na nya na ta nya o ki pe lu tro o ma ta se di story o ki pe bu di
What time?
Okay. Okay. No correct. I see. Nana Hima yehwe abaya ekokoto ye ya. Yewie nana amanfo bi sia se adana low turnout no ba bebre sa amanfo mu pie koto aba no. Ase nipa kakra bi na ekoto ye nana Hima mpache obutimi ache ni nti ama aya na etimi basa.
Oto na no ni teni ti fie no ye ne bohia. So da kasa ana obeye tutu asam ya die no. Ola pese obeye kom. Fisebia okakasa etia no. Dachi ebetumi aka no.
No correct.
Jinobea ne se obetwi no no atanachi. So mu hia wo a ebe fre no.
No correct.
Eno bi na to NDP voting no. If you say the Masi te usi wo echa wo jama NDP a wo beye.
Okay.
No one my any man do me. Na so that's the other position there.
And your uncle?
No, that's not so good. It's sana the 2 or more. Do.
Oh, okay. I see. And yeni amanfo kasa na nura me free delegate bi kasa wo se okoka kire obi se onkoto aboka kire aba na onkoto. O na ye na aba opa onkoto. Na omokoto aba na omko gisika na ombre ni bi. Me ba cho sahaba ya yeto delegate aba na MPP for the country no. Contribute to this defeat ana.
Me did say not about me akasa ni na na do akasa ni say. Omushishe ya omuyeye. Any candidate means and some, any penny alarm and some, a contributing factor.
Okay.
No one can share NDC dear or Nashi.
Okay.
He said, Anka, NDC, the Jaka won't go to a banana NDC, but 1 month too.
No correct.
When we turn to cry and want to do it. Now, we have the train to a form one. We share areas now. I want to come a time and they support you.
Okay.
And before by now, the young uncle play. Near Papa or my papa.
Okay. Not just a baby to say Canada, Coproco Japan, Pesuaso, as central, and this as Yafa. For the past 20 years ago, no.
So would you when you took our world say, and where on a book and you depend weapon. And your power ye a demand come for form. Woman in said that way all quick. Your dear Sinechi, then so bad to say, I equal ya, ya, dear demand of Rama. What about our Yahi, my and the end time for her. So do not, woman for sound for her.
Oh, okay. Okay. Obi say Honorable Kennedy one of the best prophets because or can sinibu say or can in confidence or audacity say so we mistake no mkoto abanama ba mi ampp be ko position empire o mako na chese na hima munsema na mo ka abra na wo gigina na mo ye campaign western of muchinchin nyina na hima ndokora na mo ka kire MPP for na mo ntan omo
any time na say any area kan NPP been sworn. It didn't have one. Woman, more than American stay. But I thought of the near engineer,
no correct.
And to go to say, what you want, what you didn't say. But everything thing that normally man said, yes, that's the man can your husband. And you're not trying to make a position. Yes, say that for a Tiana, the feel reality must say. Now, Catanti, not can and yet, the new shares were. Only Dr. Omia, on yet, Nipa, on in Tiana, one of Grano, what is that there? before from day one. I had in the bar, fat down, nature, the problem I can say it confidently. In India, then I work out. Put one here.
No correct.
Bah, yes, that way, bah, yes. She charmer. Yes, before charmer. Force. And I did Dr. Baumia the year right, and also force from Nanabu. That was the beginning of the end of NPP. That is what will start the doom of NPP. Because this is the man of these were two men, new men from outside completely. People who gave their life for the party. Who need those who sacrifice for the party to come to power. What do I say? If you know what not today. Only the people who come to them, they are the people that work with it.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the people who have been abandoned, so they are appealed. And the after Susa, and after Susa, and after Susa, and maybe other do the do.
International and the Kahuma party setting in.
Okay.
And it was my apathy ST in a man for MP Chronomaco Trabano.
Yes, because I tell you what one say, everything you started snack that share near the old. Where there's a Utuma, Mamma, Goa, a airport and said, from that after was so what is it? Just on your feet, and then that would be a kata. Now, we want to say a very big, a very good lesson for the party. For them to learn, to go and restructure on my platform, because this is the time to reorganize the party. Those who gave their best to the party and were ignored. Some will even tell you, say, who grab, who near my young mouth, who that position young mouth.
Yes, sure.
We speak to people, party members in this way. And there's also a young small boy. Also, young man, also a Baba, the fighting now. I was so central, I near a Coniano. What did you get here in any? What is changed by force? One who said they are for so I said, cheering that.
I see.
Look for Sanwa show dear. And some of the yes, here that can and the camera down.
How a Kumsin? Onana Mamicho so. How a Kumsin? Normal dear Kennedy in summer cocoso. Abra Kennedy.
Broma of the killer. You know that show. That's young woman.
Okay.
About the year. If now you didn't say, young me, so every man I had the idea that Diana was saying, if we are Mukaka, maybe everyone. If you say, but I will be crying over show. Me say, never if they play any bonnet, I am bonnet so. Then you should continue to show.
No correct.
But we continue to me share that must be any direct and
no correct.
Anyhow, in general, I will avoid that person. But tell you my answer. That's all. See, I'm sure you won't corner. Now, so you start that deep here and if you move it in a now, the other car can hear our woman. Now they will learn how to share. Now they will try. Minkwa. Now they will come and get that dear. Then you will ask GGP and make more and you will make the give more.
This is
immediate son and from mama.
This is too early to call this, but who's say MPP? On betting me become one boom BM to first na more year because Kennedy campaign crow ye marble me and I'm forcing you John more.
Say what you say. Nibiti more enter a just empty, no independent, never.
No correct.
And the two baby and the one in the Catalian, yeah. Penino, that initiative he took long, and I made one salute. I can say, what want to mean dying a chief one. It is a more, you know, no need for coming in Abia. I don't know who never. Sad year. Honorable Kennedy, and 1 year. A moon and I'm going to Casa Piano. That's a Kai say. It didn't work when you are man. It didn't know because of you. It didn't know your man say, because we're going to teenage. And it's a Mariana Jinka and Nanny party the Furia Camp of Mutia. And there was so many go free na and Yako. You need the idea, Piania who said, Nina Yapa. I can't be nearby, I could fly for a before me. I tell myself.
No correct.
Good man, and yeah, not steady, it didn't know one. The moment you can do almost so, it's a woman did that. Who would stand on and do so? So yeah, no good, yeah, say, or from because a moon began anything. That year, no, intimate, we did a cassette here, and I will give it to people. And then moved to the Kennedy background within the party, we didn't have one opposition, yeah. And you come out to them.
Okay.
It didn't show a channel. It didn't show the channel.
Okay.
It depends on how you manage them. But you manage them here. So be when you manage them here, even with his age, it will be better for the time watching.
Now, before Sebija Moakono, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Babajia to say or lose election. Now, I didn't say about too early. And there are various constituencies now. Munyan can abandon we are more quality resource. And this will be more boy with a while. Just say, ballot papers, no, or Master Atu Agu say, Yanya declare election every leader and a crompage to me, dear Namo yet among declare, or much papers no more Yehobasa. Ever says so. Minya show say security bet me akwa intervene in the name of MPP because we lead the idea to my say wakwa akone etwa ohiniti. Mo amaka ni nyina mo ye homa. Me ba che wo su say over too early. And security so enye umadwuma e woda area no.
When say NDC party, they can force they go forward in their abused people and we are aggressive. And see when we be who say who di nitika ja na ka o ma opan. And see say ya so adia no first early intervention by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I salute him for that. And when it is party, did it another presidency. So Penny Pia over Medem, they he came at the right time.
Okay.
And actually, those who were delaying and they deliberate attack, they are thinking that all the way here, I'm surprised that one and now, one just all the 72 hours of the 24 hours is still not one. Well, these are people who can cause would have caused problems.
Okay.
That's your woman winning over 30 meetings. Not still who will see time now. You have to come up first so that everybody sees the smoothness level. That let me borrow critical. But Roma Gina would be a time, then not in
okay.
Look at the calculator, no movie. And that's it, go to a man
and any SM.
Now, one that's what you want equality. Equality, yes. When is that? Only she now won't do our movie. Meaning information you do LPP. Well, they have all the information as of yesterday before 6 o'clock. They know their funds. Yes. They have the best of LPP. Don't underrate them. They have the best of machinery when it comes to the election. So they have calculated everything. Before 6 o'clock, they knew their start.
Okay.
And some people think that when we did it now, just to create problems. There's no need. There's no need. And I thank Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for coming out to say that. I took you when we got to end up. Because this is not for here. And for he can't come back. Then they will be blamed. But the piano, Dr. Bawumia has been donated. But you know everyone.
Okay.
No, I have seen no calculating now, no calculation. And I know that the fear will be a shame of it. A deliberate act. The moon, the moon, you no fear, a year. And then the four are to talk to Dr. Mo, and then you have to talk to Dr. If you want to want to move here, my dream is to move with the car, not I had.
I see.
Mommy did mention and then order better, Dr. Bawumia. Throughout in the life, you always thank this man for this time and for coming out. Because there's nothing she can do.
Yes.
In fact, that 3,000 be after the 2,000 something I can. They can't get 1 million from that.
Yeah, sure.
They can't get extra 1 million votes to others. As their win. Okay. So why waiting all this time? So the children were clear and no peace now is here then apa a ministry that is a fact. Muhammad that is a fact. Na some had to. Ujenana do the fact that I mean you can't always get it right. We move on. Yes, sir, yes, sir. You know you have a problem.
No, correct.
We better say, President Navajo needs President Mahama, what is the problem?
No, correct.
They are saying the same thing with the Northern Government. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, any His Excellency Mahama, any Amayarza, any all the Mamas and all the, they are together. So why should we take problems for ourselves? We don't want to destroy. Let's follow it and not end itself. And let NDC people get their thing to rule and let NPP to do what is right in their party.
Okay.
Because their collections, that's your brother, and then it's all that in order, and that's all. And we go back to the former life. How they used to be, how LCP used to be, so you should go back to that spirit and then let them live together. Tama, because everything was natural. Everything up to me, not their party, which made you living the year time. Then we go back to those times.
Matthias, yɛda ase sɛ wo ne yɛdi nkɔmmɔ na ɛni sɛ anwummere yɛkɔ out ba yɛbɛsen afrɔ na yɛagye education more na before so bɛkɔ no wobɛkyia adɔfo ansa na wakɔ
ne di kan ɔbɛnyɛfo mpanyinfo wɔ Ghana nyinaa mekyia wɔ yɛ new president ayɛnya mekyia no Excellency Mahama mekyia no na ɛni pɔn deɛ ɔyɛ career diplomat. So we work with virtually all the presidents,
okay.
And I know all of them.
Okay.
Chair, Nabu Fado, Chair, Dr. Bawumia, Chair, Media, radio station.
Rejoice Media TV.
Chair, Bema, the young man, the icon, the trendsetter for the youth. Now, say, bedroom at what the president did. I have trained in another one with the apple. We shall be what we are. The captain said, I tell to a movie. And only when I got the veterans over 3 times a time of women. I know if you have said they're losing the dinner. Junior and Marble dress, they made a swan. Me said, Chia, me, mommy, in I love a boy. His Excellency Dr. Joseph Agu, former High Commissioner to Ghana High Commissioner to Australia, Michiano. Michiano, in-laws, Michiano, info. Any Maka for Nina, living by Nina, War, Adishikon,
okay.
We say Chiano suffering. And Chiao is patient also. Any kind of phobia,
okay.
Let us rejoice.
All right.
For how far God has brought it. Your first will be 130 will be on the seat.
Sure.
The near Peter, a woman fine. Now, 7 in January, Mudra, Yenina, Poshefita, near Pojay, waiting for me. Near your night, me say I will be there.
Sure.
With the Mayor Himati. When he saw or baby or Manason, or no she a media.
No, correct.
Me jam with ya. Me that you know, Punya, Lana, Edia Mammy.
Mr. Medasana Hammer. Yamisha, Nana Himasa on Sunya, Quine, any Dean Como. Why busy now? So, I'm ready, my Nana Hima. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right. And to also be to me a friend about Jumadian, so na encha me the Jumadian baby this first judgment. No, since I'm matching in a better nasia, I was saying almost 1 a.m. p.m. Make close na makwabantin na fi maso makwakwa hwe ne yeko amafo jobani no makoyese metimi nya report kakra dia bre T4 na musumahwe na bibia adida na akwa mudi madam ase mo amhwe me madam ase mo am subscribe mo share video no maame ene mo amode mo support yesko eba jumadi so along the way Mr. Takra tries and call bass but US only say the time copper yi and also so monitoring say do so by I just said mobile juma Grace and then papa Grace the another baby akoko and our baby papa and I say thank you all for the birthday wishes. May the God Almighty bless you all. Amen. Amen. And officially my man wish Grace happy birthday, happy belated birthday. And run a year election day international say so for my man wish you happy birthday. So on behalf of Rejoice Media TV, Rejoice FM 101.7, we wish you a very happy birthday to you. May you grow above 101.7 Rejoice. And may God give you strength, happiness, and also give you a good husband like DJ Ike, who always pamper you and then understand you in whatever ways it is. Nyamisha non kan ho na onya kese na ne ya odu birthday enura ene papa we ne election die NDC chairman ba kopa we Eastern region a say na ne watu adi papa abanya abade a ye be kan ya kan wa chire ho enti nyamisha obibia so ohwe me na otie me na o kan me ho me da ma se se mo hwe me nyamisha na ye be san ababi.
So what they was first a bucket of tomatoes and now the 10 cedis. And then the same quantity no me the 50 cedis. Me get to ashi into me nya jumanye me tifie. Economist Ben Chewe, he's been able to analyze the cost of 10 cedis tomatoes about 3 years ago. Now is 50 cedis. And she needs more money to go and buy. She doesn't have it into her TV. Sa mami we. Wakotwaba, does she understand the guitar? Please, mumi yanka no kre o. I'm painful be o my yentia. Woman guy jata ba nanum. Still, mo pesa mo di ansa koshem. She needs more money to go and buy. She doesn't have it into her TV. Sa mami we. Wakotwaba, does she understand the guitar? Please, mumi yanka no kre o. I'm painful be o my yentia. Woman guy jata ba nanum. Still, mo pesa mo di ansa koshem because of nyamu kwamba di enti. Delegates, you should wake up. I am boldly and confidently telling you today, Samutuapa, any mistake from working as a power, opposition is just staring at you.
Maybe Kennedy said, Kennedy,